Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. At this time, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Opener. And there they go. Slow start, Amazing Dottie. Behind the couch, quickly away. Queen's Dancer is showing speed. Amazing Dottie recovers fastly. She's into third along the inside. No Chalk settles into a smooth stride from the far outside. Sassy Melissa going with her along the inside. They both are about 4 lengths from the pace. At the back is Isle Storm, normally a front runner. Isle Storm the last of all. Amazing Dottie made a mess of the start, rushes up to engage behind the couch, and they build up 4 lengths to Queen's Dancer. No Chalk has about 6 lengths to find, 5/16 from the line. Queen's Dancer getting closer to the top 2, No Chalk after her. Losing ground, Sassy Melissa, nothing yet from Isle Storm. Amazing Dottie behind the couch. Here comes Queen's Dancer. Queen's Dancer with a new dimension, sitting a trip this afternoon. No Chalk now picking up her best stride. Queen's Dancer gets first run on No Chalk. Queen's Dancer at the 16th. No Chalk has a good stride. Is it too late? Queen's Dancer, No Chalk, Queen's Dancer. Queen's Dancer from No Chalk, then behind the couch, and Amazing Dottie checked in for. Race 1 is official, 4-5, a 6-3, that exacta 4-5, $18, 4-5-6 trifecta, $13.25, 10 cents super 4-5-6, 2-1, they're at the post. And there they go, stumbling start for Devious Mo. Harrison Knows and Son of Darkness are showing pace. Devious Mo's up close to the action. From the rail along came the Prince, Special Story Stocks vying for 4th. Beachside is second last, and War of Thrones is at the back marker. Both of them two about 7 or 8 lengths from the speedy Son of Darkness. He's the quickest of the quick. Devious Mo second. Harrison Knows third. Special Story has the 4th spot. Better than 3 to find heading into the turn. Along came the Prince as a good 6 or 7 off the lead. War of Thrones trying to pick up his stride. 22-4 for that opening quarter. Beachside is at the back. And Son of Darkness is already giving it up. Here's Devious Mo and Special Story. Harrison Knows is 4th. War of Thrones is picking up his best stride, but he's a good 7 from Devious Mo. They're at the top of the lane. Devious Mo comes away with the lead. Son of Darkness is under pressure. Special Story tries to quicken in. War of Thrones is hitting his best stride, but he has too much work to do, and Devious Mo, despite stumbling at the start, has kicked well clear. Devious Mo in front. War of Thrones is going to get up for second. Special Story third. How about along came the Prince at a 1? That 4-7 early double, pretty good one, $30.60. 7-5 exacta, $12.80. 7-5-4 trifecta, $6.50 here at Finger Lakes. And there they go. The last ace is quickly into stride. So too is Honor Among Men. Waralo sits a trip from third. Here's Tommy the Torch making a move into that spot. And at the back marker, the Institute. So it is Honor Among Men finally picking up the pace, and he opens up from the last ace, who doesn't want to go with the big favorite. Tommy the Torch says, maybe I'll take a run up the inside, gets within a length. Well, Rollo has 3 to find on his more heralded stablemate at the 3/8, and at the tail is the Institute. Honor Among Men zips through that opening quarter, 22 2/5. Works with a length and a tail to Tommy the Torch in the last ace. Here's the Institute with a big blitz, making a move for second to the far outside. Will Rollo patiently handle? He'll ride the rail. Honor Among Men has the lead. The Institute tries to come and make a race out of it. Likewise for Will Rollo, who got a nice ground-saving journey, patiently handled by Jose Rojita. Here comes Will Rollo. Will Rollo makes his move. The Institute went with the overland route. Will Rollo and the Institute. Honor Among Men back to third. It is Will Rollo. He's pretty sharp this season. The Institute second. Honor 5 pounds over. Our Tuesday pick 5 in about 23 minutes. 2:43 is the approximate post time. And let's cover the changes. Race 6 scratches 3. And there they go. Somewhat of an awkward start for Winter Siren, throwing her head about. Call Me Carmelita straight to the front. She's got games up close with Smart Broad. Ruxton Rocks is fourth inside of Alicia's Way. And Winter Siren from the far outside is the last of all. Smart Broad wants to pick it up from the outside. Their race is Call Me Carmelita. Tight spot for Ruxton Rocks in the fourth position, checking off the heels of She's Got Game. Back to the front end where Smart Broad has the lead a length. She's Got Game's eager to go, having to sit a trip along the inside. From the outside there, races Call Me Carmelita. Now here's Alicia's Way making a move into fourth, 3 deep. Winter Siren from the far outside, 4 deep. And Ruxton Rocks, who had that troubled trip through the clubhouse turn, has to bide her time at the back of the pack. Plenty of pursuers to Smart Broad, a length plus advantage. From the outside is Call Me Carmelita, and also there Alicia's Way. Back and forth, She's Got Game. Ruxton Rocks now gets to strengthen her stride. She's taking closer order. 3 lengths to find heading into the turn. Little momentum building up with Ruxton Rocks. At the back is Winter Siren. Smart Broad, Call Me Carmelita, Alicia's Way. She's Got Games under a little pressure from the inside. Ruxton Rocks wants to circle all of her rivals, and here she comes with an eye-catching move. Ruxton Rocks making a nice move for the top spot. Ruxton Rocks, Smart Broad. Ruxton Rocks is up to the front. Ruxton Rocks off the turn, the one to come and beat, putting away Smart Broad. She's Got Game fights for third with Call Me Carmelita and Alicia's Way. But here is Ruxton Rocks. She's a different filly without those blinkers. Give her 2 in a row. This is a good-looking victory for Ruxton Rocks. Smart Broad was second, checking in third, Alicia's Way, and fourth looks like Call Me Carmelita. 4 with 7 with 4 with 1. The early pick 4, $97.62. Race 5 will start our late pick 4. No changes in the 5th. Post late pick 4 time. And there they go. And Brock Moninoff came away slowly. Slight bunny hop, but a quick recovery. He will contest the pace of Holy Cowboy. Holy Cowboy and Brock Moninoff. Dean Verdial's going to sit a nice trip, stalking from third. Lovers Leaps in the fourth spot. Uh-oh. What's going on here? One lost the jockey. Looks like who is Jarrett has unseated Cabercoa. Cabercoa out of the saddle. Back to the top spot. Brock Moninoff has claimed the lead from Holy Cowboy. Dean Verdial is sitting a nice trip from third. Here's Lover's Leap launching his charge. Lover's Leap with momentum at the 3/8. He begins to take closer order. Noble Endeavor's a little even-paced. And after them races No Lime and Inalienable Rights. Quick check, Cabercoa is up on his feet. That's good news for Caber. Back to the top spot. Brock Moninoff's going to get a challenge from Lover's Leap. Brock Moninoff has the lead, but for how long? Lover's Leap has every right to go on by. Dean Verdial's third from the inside. Here comes Lover's Leap. Lover's Leap is up to the front. Lover's Leap from Brock Moninoff. Dean Verdial third. Lover Boy. Lover's Leap front and center. Dean Verdial's up for second. Then Brock Moninoff. No lies. $38.20. A 6-4 exacta, $66. 647 trifecta, $65.75. 10-cent super, 6473. And there they go. Cody's Express is sent hard from the far outside. Uncle Vic is showing pace. North Coast comes away running in third. Here's Cristiano's Dream trying to rush up into the action. He takes over third from the far outside. Make It in New York has the 5th spot. Outside of Cousin Greg, Navy Pier and Stud Puppy are the last 2. Cody's Express with the killer crossover. Quickly away, and he has the lead. Better than a length and a half to Uncle Vic. Cristiano's Dream is third, and North Coast is forwardly placed heading into the turn. 3 to find. Break of at least 7 lengths back to Cousin Greg. Navy pair make it in New York, second last. At the back there is Stud Puppy. And with the top spot, still Cody's Express. Uncle Vic's running a brave one. Uncle Vic means business this afternoon. Uncle Vic to tackle Cody's Express. And North Coast is third. And here comes Cousin Greg finding his best stride. And he's got a look. He's going to make a move for third inside of North Coast. Cousin Greg with momentum. And here he comes. Cousin Greg and North Coast ready to tackle Uncle Vic. Cousin Greg, North Coast. Cousin Greg. Cousin Greg's the winner. From North Coast, Uncle Vic and Cody's Express trying to hang on for fourth from a fast-closing Stud Puppy. It's official. The double 6-1, $62.50. 1-2 exact to $25.20. 1-2-8 trifecta, $79.75. Ready for the fillies and mares. Tintagel had a very awkward start, unseated the jockey. Tintagel has unseated Stephen Fred. With the top spot, Golden Moonlight, little rank. Christian Navarro wants her to settle. She makes the pace on this stretch out. Janice Joplin is up closer. Silent Invasion, Free Shot also forwardly positioned, stretching out. Capital Gal has the 5th spot. Isabel Loves Gold is in the 6th position, little less than 6 off the lead. And the 2 mares, Tequila and Cross Island, towards the tail of the field. Golden Moonlight making the pace. Now she has put those nerves to bed, and she settles into a nice stride near the 5/8. About a length and a half to Janice Joplin, sitting a beautiful trip in second. Silent Invasion is third, little less than 6 off the lead. A length back to Free Shot, and Isabel Loves Gold. 3 deep, beginning to take closer orders. Isabel Loves Gold. After them is Capital Gal. Break of about 6 or 7 to both Tequila and Cross Island. 48-1 for that half after a 24-3 opening quarter. Golden Moonlight doing it smoothly with the top spot. Leads by 2.5 at the 3 furlong point from Janice Joplin. Isabel Loves Gold continues to improve her position. She gets within 4 lengths at the 5/16. That's a break of 4 lengths to Silent Invasion, Capital Gal, Free Shot. They'll go to Tequila, and at the tail is Cross Island. Golden Moonlight and Janice Joplin trying to turn up the pressure, and Isabel Loves Gold begins to make her move, continues to make her move. Golden Moonlight still has the lead. Janice Joplin continues to run after her. Then we'll go to Isabel Loves Gold. And also trying to close up the inside is Tequila with Silent Invasion. Golden Moonlight handling the added real estate. Can she get to the wire? Here's Tequila. Golden Moonlight. She's a talented filly, and it's back-to-back for Jim Aquilano. Tequila was bred in Pennsylvania by Mary Catherine Hare. 1-9 double, $61. A 9-1 exacta, $125.50. 9-1. And there they go. Pretty Miss Penny broke running this afternoon. One Journey wants to show pace. Frankie Knows Best wants to mix it up. Rosebud Ride is forwardly positioned. Looks like some pace on for the level. Sweet DeSantis comes away in 5th from the far outside. After her, it's Frankie Knows Best. And the favorites are at the back of the pack, or after, right there in front of Frank, right there is Tease Double Trouble. Confusing Tease Double Trouble and Frankie Knows Best. The last two are Welcome to My World and Ice Love. All right, let's see if we can sort it out with this next round of calls. On the front end, One Journey. Frankie Knows Best is there. Sweet DeSantis pushing from the outside. Pretty Miss Penny is pressing the action along the rail. Rosebud Ride is forwardly positioned in the 5th spot, and she's 2 off the lead. Very compact group. It's a break of 3 lengths to Tease Double Trouble. Ice Love second last, covering Welcome to My World. Up goes Pretty Miss Penny, claiming the top spot. Frankie Knows Best is in the 2nd position. Sweet DeSantis has been getting a wide journey. Rosebud Ride's outrunning her odds in the run to the 3/8. She's within a length and a half. Ice Love is making up ground quickly, and here comes Ice Love. She's into the 5th spot, and the big filly gets to lengthen that big stride, and here she comes. Frankie Knows Best has the lead. Sweet DeSantis is second. Rosebud Ride is up close from the inside. Ice Love continues to close ground to the far outside. A clear path to the leader line for Ice Love, and she continues to lengthen that big stride. Frankie Knows Best. Rosebud Ride's running a big one up the inside. Ice Love continues with her sustained charge. She's outside of stablemate Sweet DeSantis. Frankie Knows Best. Christian Navarro took a peek back up the backstretch run. Confidently handled, trying to get to the wire before Ice Love. Ice Love and Frankie Knows Best. Frankie Knows Best, the late double to Christian Navarro. Boy, Christian was looking back early in Christian's late double. 9-9, $104.50. 9-3 exact to $63.50. 9310 trifecta, $54.12. Pleasant good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, our Wednesday opener in about 45 minutes at 1:15. Beautiful afternoon, fast racetrack, one-day pick six carryover starting in the third. A little more than $1,700 minimum wager, traditional style pick six. Let's open up our programs. Here are the changes in the opener. 5 Lady Quinn, £1 over. The opener starts the early double and the early pick 4. Early pick 3 starts in race 2. Quite a few changes here in the second race, beginning with the scratch 3 Bustin' Roxy. Scratch 3 Bustin' Roxy. Let's go to the jockey changes. Carlos Barbosa, new jockey number 2, Maddie Surprise. Number 2, Maddie Surprise, Carlos Barbosa. Number 5, rollover, new jockey Emmanuel Di Diego. Emmanuel Di Diego, new jockey number 5, rollover. An overweight, number 4, she's an Arctic Queen, £1 over. The pick 6 starting in the third, $1,704. Scratch number 1, No Stone Unturned, part of the entry. 1, No Stone Unturned, out of the third. Wednesday's pick 5 will start in the fourth race. Scratch 6, What's My Category? 6, What's My Category, out of the fourth. 3D's Wise Guy, £1 over. Our late pick 4 starts in race 5. Scratches 4 and 6, New York Anthem and Zame. 4, New York Anthem, 6, Zame. Both scratch from the 5th. The late pick 3 starts in race 6, a very nice allowance race. Scratch 6, Unflappable Max. 6, Unflappable Max, out of race 6. Now the jockey changes. Jackie Davis, new jockey 1, ASAP Restoration. Jackie Davis, number 1, ASAP Restoration in the 6th. Heeman Harkey on the 4, Lobster. Number 4, Lobster, new jockey Heeman Harkey. And overweight, number 2, Civil Service, £1 over. Once again, Heeman Harkey, now the new jockey, number 4, Lobster, in race 6. Seventh race will begin the late daily double. Christian Navarro, new jockey, number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Number 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Make the jockey Christian Navarro. 6, True Destiny, £1 over. Let's go to the nightcap. Start with the scratches. 1, Riley B, part of the entry, and 8, New York Rizzling. 1, Riley B, part of the entry, scratched. Also scratching 8, New York Rizzling. 1A Magic Pro, make the jockey Jose Ventura, waive the 7-pound apprentice allowance. The weight is 124 pounds. 8 races, a beautiful afternoon, a fast racetrack. That one-day pick 6 carryover starting in the third. Sure hope you have a great Wednesday. Up next, Dave Mattias.
And welcome everybody to Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. I'm Dave Mattias. Sorry I missed yesterday. A little bit on the sick side. Well, it's that time of year. Feeling a lot better today. We got 8 races on the card. We got a big day coming up. Can't be missing any time. We got a big day on Monday. The Lady Finger Stakes and the Aspirant Stakes are big 2-year-old stakes. They're both around $100,000 purses. They attracted some big names. You got Bob Baffert, Todd Pletchard, Irad, and Jose Ortiz, all class acts, and they're going to be, well, they're not all going to be here, but the jockeys will. Manny Franco also listed to ride. The Aspirant Stakes, Lady Finger Stakes, really classy fields for both of them. looks to be a good card overall on Monday. You want to be here for the big 2-year-old day. The Lady Fingers Aspire Stakes, that's upcoming on Monday. That's actually our next live racing day. Well, what did I miss yesterday? Christian Navarro took the late double. Man, I like that horse, Golden Moonlight. Always been on that one. It looked like it went off a good 5-2. Aquilano also with 2 wins. Speaking of Golden Moonlight, he had the previous win. Congratulations to him. I actually got Aquilano picked in the first race. Well, look at today's card. We got 8 races on today's card. Looks like a fast racetrack. Remember, they refreshed the track over the weekend. Seemed to be still play relatively fair yesterday. This one goes a distance of 5.5 furlongs in the first. Yeah, I think Thin Legs might be able to make the front from that outside position. There is some speed inside of her. And the question mark is Brisky Frolic. That's the new face here. Obviously, she's got past races that will easily beat these, but not recent races that would easily beat these. So it's a tough first race because there's some question marks, and there's some question marks with Thin Legs. She takes a slight drop in class. I like the race that she has going 5.5. The recent race where she hit the board going 5.5, and she does look like the best of the speed. And her last race, one of the things that you got to give her is she was in against Little Miss Sunshine, who's one of the top 3-year-old fillies on the ground. So that's a tough race that she comes out of. She gets a little bit of class relief. It's just a matter of pace flow, because there's a couple good ones in here, including Georgie's Ladies. You got Lady Quinn. I should have 6325 in here, but Brisky Frolic I had for second, and Georgie's Ladies I did have for third. Not going to split hairs, but this one comes off a victory last time, and Georgie's Ladies looked good in victory. It was against a much easier field, but she's been consistently right there since arriving at Finger Lakes, either winning or hitting the board. Hard not to see her in the top 3 in here, even though they got my picks as her on 4th. But Lady Quinn is another one. She ran okay last time. Maybe she can make it into the Super. I went the 6, 3, 2, and 5 in race number 1. Okay, second race. Second race, kind of a significant scratch because we scratched the 3, Bustin' Roxy. It's a 3-quarter race, but Bustin' Roxy's got a lot of early speed, and that could really influence the pace scenario in race number 2. I'm going to still stick with the outside horse, Boy Is She a Lady. Kind of a disappointing effort last time for Boy Is She a Lady. I expected her to at least run in the top 3. I was surprised she didn't even hit the board in there as the post-time favorite. Same distance today, little bit easier field. That's the big thing for Boy Is She a Lady, dropping in class the 11-9. And you look at her previous 2 starts, they're both good enough. They're both good enough to beat the field that she faced last time. So not sure what really went awry that she didn't fire at all that race. They did go slow up front. One thing you could say, they went 23 and 47, but she still should have run better than what she did. And that's the concern. But if you could forgive the last effort for Boy Is She a Lady, you certainly got to be honored today. I mean, she's better than these horses based on her previous races. And, it's one of those things where you don't have a huge excuse for her last time, but if you could forgive the effort, and it is a drop in class to the 11-9. Maddie's Surprise, they do change the riders here to Carlos Barbosa. She also dropped slightly to the 11-9, and she broke her maiden against special weights going 6 furlongs. Now, keep in mind, that victory that she had was a relatively easy lead against a weak field. Let's say relatively easy lead. It was an easy lead where she just kind of allowed to walk up front for 6 furlongs. So there's a positive negative. She did break her maiden against maiden special weights, but the way she did it wasn't that impressive because she had such an easy go of things. So how good is she? Well, she's got some good tactical speed. She's outside of Chubba Chubba Choo Choo, who didn't go that fast when she broke her maiden, and that one's questionable about how good she is. I'm going to go with Maddie Surprise for second. She's an Arctic Queen, ran well first time against winners. And she's proven that she can sit a little bit. She stalked the pace a little more and tried to make a run against Georgie's Ladies. It was a good effort. And actually is the best last buyer in the field with that race. She has to go a little further today, 6 furlongs. Seems to be a little bit better going 5.5. This is the reason I probably didn't take her on top. But she's definitely a top 3 threat against these 11 and 9s. I'm going to go the 6, 2, and 4. Okay, third race. We start a $1 pick 6. And man, I like this entry a lot more with no stone unturned in the race. You had speed and a closer, basically, well, a stalker, and ouch, that hurt. Now there really isn't a whole lot of speed in the race. And in a sense, ouch, that hurt could take the initiative with the stablemate out and go out there with the speed. I mean, otherwise, no stone unturned looked like absolutely lone speed with her early kick. Nobody really has any speed here. Funny Pursuit's got a little bit of speed, but nobody else. Maybe Baker's Daughter's got a little more class, so she's got some tactical speed. I still like Ouch That Hurts a little better than these. And she ran behind her stablemate when her stablemate was low in speed. You had to think that they were probably going to run 1-2 the way they could have controlled the pace, the way that they did when they were an entry back on July 4th. So now the entry isn't so strong with that scratch, and the tactics could matter a little bit more, what you do with Ouch That Hurt. But she comes off a good effort, although it was back in July, which makes her vulnerable here. The horse that was second came back to win out of that race. But this race, unless Banker's Daughter can really respond to the drop, I don't really see anybody better than Ouch That Hurt in here. Now, Banker's Daughter is a tricky read because her last race isn't that good, but she's chasing after Fast Fran, who's been a multiple winner this year. Yeah, she's faced far better competition than these 5,000 claimers in here. And she does have some tactical speed, so she does benefit a lot from the scratch of no stone unturned. I mean, the scratch really affects this race big time. Banker's Daughter, main threat to Ouch That Hurt. Bayou Melody looks like a top 3 threat as well. This one didn't break all that sharp last time. Probably wasn't going to win anyway against We Don't Believe Her. But is running evenly against the 11 and 9s. Dropped to 5 last time. Hard not to see her in the top 3. And what you have here is 1, 6, 5. And it looks like those are the 3 main contenders in the race, especially with a scratch. If no stone unturns in the race, you got to think the entry's pretty strong as a possible single in whatever your pick 6s or early pick 4. But now a little more vulnerable with Ouch That Hurt, but she does look like she's got a slight edge on this field. Okay, fourth race, we start the pick 5. We scratch the 6. What's my category? And speaking of pace, now this horse has been off for a little while. He looked good early in the year going to short distances. Talking about Dee's Wise Guy, excuse me. This one, good-looking mare who she was just dominating fields. I mean, they couldn't beat her at those short distances. She would get to the front, and she's not coming back. She broke her maiden pretty easily. She came back and won the allowance. And then she ran into Warala. We saw how good, I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, but you saw how good Warala was yesterday. He ran down his stablemate, who was Honor Among Men, a pretty good one. Well, the next 2 starts, one of them was in the Ontario County, and the other might have been a tougher group at Charlestown. Comes off a break. Looks like he's going to be the one that's going to be out there alone on the lead. It's a question mark of this little bit of a layoff, not a lot of action lately. Can they catch Dee's Wise Guy? I'm gonna take a shot that they're not going to. He's 4-1 morning line. Beach Boy Al turned back in distance last time after trying a route. Ran a good second. Logical horse. Stays at the same level, but he's still got to chase down Dee's Wise Guy, as a lot of them have to do. Clingman, the same thing. He's a sit back, make a late run type horse. Again, Dee's Wise Guy's alone out there. I mean, you got these horses that are going to be trying to close ground on a horse that's loose on the lead, and then Dee's Wise Guy might just simply not come back to him. So I went 3-7-4-2 in the 4th race. That race starts the pick 5, by the way. Man, pick 5 paid good yesterday, didn't it? You had to come up with a horse in the last, though. Was it Frankie's Knows Best? You had to beat that big favorite in the last, and it made it pay huge. The rest of it was I was watching the races. The rest was pretty easy. But that last race, that horse did run good last time, so he could have used them. Excuse me. Scratch the 4, New York Anthem, and scratch the 6, Sam A. Well, it is all about Fiery Heart as far as what a season that horse is having. Has done very little wrong. The only loss that Fiery Heart had was in a route race. Other than that, he's been basically unbeatable with 4 wins in 5 starts with the second. So am I crazy and trying to think that he's going to get beat today? Well, one of the things you got to notice about this race is there just simply isn't any pace. There's a huge, I'm talking a big tactical edge for forward motion with the scratch of New York Anthem. The scratch is absolutely significant in here. Otherwise, I would have been all over the Fiery Heart, though. I'll be on the bandwagon. Fiery Heart's going to win. The horse is razor sharp. It's going to win. But you got a little bit of a handicap in 101 involved here with that scratch. Forward motion just can completely control the pace. Fiery Heart is sharp enough to stay close, and maybe he can go by him late. Forward motion does have a lot of seconds in his career, but he also has a couple wins this year. He can control the pace, and I think he can turn the tables on Fiery Heart. Keep in mind, he had to battle a little bit with Conformist last time when Fiery Heart beat him, and Miami Chrome passed him too. But today, looking from a pace scenario standpoint, forward motion looks tough. So I went with the 3 on top. Fiery Heart, it's those two as far as the big win threats. Can Fiery Heart keep it going? And I've been impressed. Fiery Heart's been sharp. And if anybody can at least push forward motion a little bit, Fiery Heart can go by. Or Fiery Heart's going to have to do his own work and make an early move in this race. Maybe have to move a little bit earlier than he probably wanted to with New York Anthem in the race, because you got to figure New York Anthem would at least keep forward motion honest in here. Not the case. I mean, forward motion is going to be out there probably a 47.5, and you're talking about an optional claiming starter here that might go in 47. That's going to be a big advantage for forward motion. Fiery Heart might just be better right now. He might be sharp enough that he could still beat forward motion with those fractions, but for my money, I would take the little better price and assume that forward motion would have that big tactical edge with a 47, might be able to hold off the big favorite. So I'm going to go with the 3-7-1 in the 5th. Makes sense, right? 6 race, scratch the 6. Unflappable max, optional claiming allowances, the 6 race. Yeah, Jackie Davis will be on the 1, ASAP Restoration. Let's face it, Ladies Golden Guy's a stakes horse. These are all good allowance horses. I was impressed by Lobster's last race at Finger Lakes, but Ladies Golden Guy is a stakes horse against allowance horses. That's my logic, and it makes sense. I don't think he's quite as good going long as he is going short, but he can go long. He ran a good second to Baris in the George Barker, and that's good enough to beat this field. If he could just repeat that effort, keep in mind he had to be off Lasix for that race too, and he ran a good second to Baris, and Baris would beat this field. Baris would beat this field. So it's that simple. Ladies Golden Guy has a class edge on this group. Again, you like him a little more in a sprint against these horses, but at least he's proven going long with that good second last time. Actually, his route races aren't bad this year with a couple second-place finishes. Yeah, Lobster, how good is this horse? That race was kind of surprising. Not that he won the race, it's how he won the race when he was here before. He ran a very quick time. It was one of the more impressive races of any horse this season. So where did that come from? I mean, Lobster didn't have that great a form. Granted, he was facing some really tough competition, but he posted a buyer of 88, close to a 90 buyer in that route, and it wasn't like that was a weak field or anything. There were some tough ones in there, including Steiner. So can he repeat that effort? I mean, obviously he was in too tough last race at Saratoga. They must have thought enough of him after the race. You can't blame him. I mean, that race was off the charts and his best race in quite some time. But they caught some bears in Saratoga race. So back to Finger Lakes for Lobster. If he can run back to what he did here before, man, he could pull off the minor upset. Civil Service seems to be more of an underneath type this year. He makes a big move and then flattens out, but he's running good. His one route race was really good. I don't know how he lost. He looked like he was going to be an easy winner. He had America's Justice beat. Either he hung or America's Justice dug in, or a little of both. I mean, America's Justice was taking the blinkers off. Maybe the blinkers off helped America's Justice dig in a little bit at the end. I don't know, but at least it was a good effort for Civil Service. I know it was a short field. There was only 4 of them in there. I just don't know how he lost. But, you know, getting that route in him for this year and now getting another route, he could improve off of that. Don't Poke the Cat. Yeah, he ran the starter last time. Obviously, this race came up a lot tougher. But he's a 14-time winner against some horses in here that only have a few wins. And he seems to be better. I mean, they figured something out with this horse, making an earlier move a couple of races ago, and then last time timed it perfectly again. So they did figure something out, and plus Royal Suspect, maybe not the same Royal Suspect anymore, but Don't Poke the Cat in a little tougher today, but also in pretty good form. Allowance race is the 7th, goes a mile and a 16th. Yeah, I mean, Holiday Jazz looks tough in here. I liked the horse last. I was unsure a little bit about how Allure Fortune would handle the distance, what the pace scenario would be in there, but that horse ran lights out. Allure Fortune just sent to the front end and just kept going. You weren't going to beat Allure Fortune that day. That was an impressive effort by Allure Fortune. Holiday Jazz did nothing wrong. Emmanuel Di Diego did nothing wrong. He sat in the perfect position behind Allure Fortune, who just sent out there. Allure Fortune just simply didn't come back and ran a big race. Holiday Jazz just had to hang around to be second. It was a good effort, actually, by Holiday Jazz to hold her position. This is an easier field than what she faced with Allure Fortune and others in that race. So I think she's the one to beat in here. All she has to do is repeat that effort. Doesn't have to worry about Allure Fortune. Now, the horse that's going to be on the front end is not going to be Allure Fortune. It's going to be I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. Will that horse keep going? She does quick fractions, and sometimes she does keep going depending on how this track plays. Remember, we just refreshed the racetrack over the weekend. It's kind of a different racetrack a little bit. But if this horse can get the lead, do some reasonable fractions, and just get brave on the front end, maybe she could be dangerous. She is the speed. She is the one they're going to have to catch. I do think Holiday Jazz is going to get to her, though. Stay Home Mama, don't necessarily like her on top. I don't like her on top, but I do like her to hit the board because that's what she does. She sits way back, 7 or 8 lengths behind the pace, and makes that late move passing some tiring horses. Does it every time, gets a check, does it again today. Why not? The 7 is Maze Love Laffy. She actually gave Isabel Loves Gold quite the tussle. I mean, Isabel Loves Gold was a heavy, heavy favorite. I know it was a short field. Well, Maze Love Laffy took advantage of that short field and the lack of pace in there and got the lead in easy fractions. Just controlled the pace. So it made it interesting. So did she really run that great, or did she just get brave because she was able to walk up front? Either way, she gave a real good one a battle. I guess that's what you got to look at. So I'm going to go with the 5, 4, 3, 7 in the 7th. 8th race, we scratched part of entry, the 1, Riley B. Scratched the 8, New York Riesling. Just heard we got Ventura on the 1A Magic Pro. The 124 would be the weight. Yeah, logical horse in here would be Crunch BBB. You talk about a horse that's been very interesting in his career. His first start, you had to think that he was strangely placed against 5,000 bottom maidens, considering how easily he won. Normally, you'd like to see a horse run against higher levels if they were anything, and he won for fun like he could have won a special weight. Then he came back against winners at the 2 Lifetime 11 and 9s, won that day, but the problem is, horse took a right turn and took out half the field in that race. So he got his number taken down. Then ran into CJ's Grand Slam, a horse that's won 3 in a row. You're not going to beat CJ's Grand Slam. That horse is getting a nice race coming up on Monday, too. Then Schiffauer Strong last time. I mean, that horse was a big drop down. So it's more really of company lines, the company kept for Crunch BBB than anything. That's hard not to like him in this 2 lifetime 5,000 claimer. You look at the rest of this field, nobody's faced those type of horses like Schiffauer Song, CJ's Grand Slam. And this horse is already proven. It's got to stay straight. We go to Crunch BBB on top. I'm not going out on a limb. Why would you? Horse looked like the winner. Bubble Monster, his running style could help him. He was a little closer than normal last time because the pace wasn't that fast. They went 47. He's not a horse that wants to be in the race that early, and he kind of flattened out a little bit. He likes to sit and make a run. He'll be able to against this field, and that's the same distance, 5.5. He'll be in a good position to make a run. He's had a lot of chances, 1 for 21. Doesn't win an awful lot, obviously. He's still in the 2 lifetime. But he does hit the board against these a lot. He's in decent form compared to what he's been in the past. He's had a lot of chances, but it's hard not to use him in the top 3. Going to be dancing another one. He dropped in class to 5,000 and ran into Central Love, a horse that's going pretty good. He battled Central Love and lost that battle. Then last time, yeah, he wasn't going to beat Schiffauer Strong. Actually ran pretty well to be 3rd. He's a definitely player. I thought he's good value at odds of 6-1. You figure Crunch BBB and Bubble Monster are logical, but they're going to be shorter prices. Maybe going to be dancing if he keeps that kind of a price. Maybe one that you got to use in your pick 4s and pick 5s and get a little value if he keeps that morning line. Because as far as win threats, those seem to be the 3. BC Glory Days, he's 8-1, but it's one of those things. If he didn't win last time, can you like him today? That's the problem. If he's ever going to win, it was his last race. Uncle Milty didn't run spectacular to beat him. It wasn't a fast time. He had everything his own way, and he didn't win. So he'll have to improve. The only thing you could say, he's going from 6 furlongs to 5.5. But he also had an easy lead that day. So he's not going to have as easy a lead, but at least he's got a shorter distance. So there is some things to like about BC Glory Days, but as a beaten favorite, maybe the shorter distance could help him here. He tried to route the sprint, but again, I liked him last time. It's hard for me to endorse him again today, although at 5.5, maybe if he does get the lead, he can hang on from the rail. Hard not to at least use him in the top 4, as he is the inside of the speed, especially if that's the way it's playing. 6-4-3-2 for me in today's last race. Enjoy today's card. Looks like there's a few horses that you could add some value here. The pick 5, of course, starts in the 4th race. That's always a nice play here at Finger Lakes. The big day is Monday. I mean, we are dark the next few days, but our next live racing day, Monday, we got 2 really nice stakes races. They're for 2-year-olds. The 2-year-old New York breds. We got the Aspirant Stakes and the Lady Finger Stakes. And man, they drew some really good jockeys and really notable trainers. You got Bob Baffert, Todd Pletcher, you got Irad and Jose Ortiz, Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche. Who's who in horse racing coming here to Finger Lakes. Good card overall on Monday. You want to get involved even, if you can get out here, get to the track, enjoy the day. Man, good co-features on that Monday card. And that will be our next live day. Monday, we had a 1:15 first post for that day, and I will see you then.
6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies are coming onto the track for the Wednesday opener, a 5.5 furlong sprint. 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 3 races. Claimers 11 to 9, 5.5 furlongs. 5 Lady Quinn, a 1 pound over. Fast Racetrack, the opener starts the early double and the early pick 4. Here's the field. Number 1, Misty Gale, Heeman Harkey. 2, Georgie's Ladies, looking for 2 in a row, Louis Perez. 3 is Brisky, a Frolic, Emmanuel Di Diego. Current favorite 9 to 5. 4 is Tasty Wave, Jackie Davis. 5, Lady Quinn, Cabercoa, 1 pound over. 6, Thin Legs, Michael Davila Jr. Fast Racetrack, the opener in a little more than 4 minutes. Track announcer Tony Kalo up here in the booth. Race 1 featuring 6, 3, and 4-year-old fillies, a 5.5 furlong affair. 6 Thin Legs, my top selection. Good outside speed, 3 to 1 in the wagering, like her company lines. You know, she's been trying to mix it up against some pretty nice gals in the allowance ranks. And a lot of those gals have brought good speed to the fray, so I think Thin Legs might have a pace advantage over some of this group. Recently, Little Miss Sunshine, tried to go with her. Little Miss Sunshine has been solid, undefeated so far this season. Missing Fortune was good enough to win at Saratoga. 'Cause You're Pretty was pretty solid early on. Amazing Dottie's rattled off a few victories. Wasn't quite there for the second state bred, but still she was tough that particular day, going 4.5 furlongs. This is Thin Legs' best opportunity to succeed in quite some time. She's never been in this cheap. And like I said, she's been mixing it up against some pretty solid company lines, and she brings good speed from the far outside. Let's see if we can put her in the winner's circle at 7 to 2. 5 Lady Quinn should benefit with a much better post this afternoon. In fact, most of her races this season, she's had inside trips. Last time out, she really never got to stretch those legs. I think today with this post position 5, she'll be much better. Had a little bit of trouble last time. Good seconds prior to that. I'll give her a little bit of look. I do like the post switch, breaking from post 5 in the field of 6. 3, Brisky, Frolic, Jeremiah Englehart has one here. Not sure what to make of her. I'm not a big fan of horses that are claimed for significantly higher levels that eventually surface for significantly lesser prices. And that's the case here. Claimed for $35,000 in late July at Saratoga. I'll give Maya credit. He's recognizing perhaps it wasn't the greatest of claims. Now she's in for 11, perhaps a claim and a win, and he can get back some of his money. Brisky Frolic, currently the favorite at 8 to 5. And then you get the 2 Georgie's Ladies, who look good winning on the 6th of September. I think she fits pretty good for this 11 level. In fact, all of her last 4 races have been solid, made in 11 and 3 against the winners in the non-winners of 2 lifetime. She's in good form, and perhaps I'm underestimating her. And she's 4 to 1, 6, 5, 3, 2 in our Wednesday opener. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the Wednesday opener. 6-3 and 4-year-old fillies arriving at the starting gate. 3 Brisky Frolic, the big favorite, 6-5. 2 Georgie's Ladies and 6 Thin Legs, both 3-1. The 5 Lady Quinn, 4-1 in the wagering. Inside 2 are situated. Here's the favorite, Brisky Frolic. Tasty Wave. Lady Quinn. Thin Legs to the outside. Ready for the opener. Misty Gale acting up. Heeman Harkey out of the saddle, climbing back aboard. Just about ready. And there they go. Brisky Frolic towards the tail. Thin Legs showing good speed. Georgie's Ladies tries to go with her. Brisky Frolic tries to make a move into third. Had to tap on the brakes. Lady Quinn and Tasty Wave cover her. At the back is Misty Gale. Thin Legs is the quickest. Georgie's Ladies second with Tasty Wave. And Lady Quinn with a good post this afternoon, stalking smartly. Brisky Frolic's had a troubled opening quarter. She's in the 5th spot, and she's a little less than 3 off the lead. Nothing yet from Misty Gale. Thin Legs, Tasty Wave. Here's Lady Quinn with an outside path to the leader line, and here she comes, poking her head in front. Lady Quinn, Tasty Wave. Thin Legs tries to stay on. In behind them, Georgie's Ladies and Brisky Frolic. Misty Gale's at the back. They turn into the lane. Lady Quinn, Tasty Wave. Thin Legs still has some fight. Here's Georgie's Ladies, who's very sharp. Brisky Frolic to the outside. What a finish here in the Wednesday opener. Brisky Frolic trying to pick up her best stride with Georgie's Ladies. Georgie's Ladies and Brisky Frolic. Brisky Frolic front and center. Drops and pops and wins the cash. Georgie's Ladies was second. Third and fourth tight. Lady Quinn, Thin Legs, also their Tasty Wave, then Misty Gale. Nice way to start the Wednesday card. Many chances at the 8th pole. Georgie's Ladies and Brisky Frolic picking up their strides to the extreme outside. Brisky Frolic 7-5, the unofficial winner from the 2 Georgie's Ladies. 1 minute 6 and 47 100ths the final time. Photo for the show, though. Make sure to hold all tickets. 5, Lady Quinn, third. 4th place, 6, Thin Legs. Brisky Frolic makes her way into the winner's circle. She is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Frosted out of the Damn Sassy Alley Joy. Owned and trained by Jeremiah Engelhart, winning jockey the Barber Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in Ontario, Canada by Anderson Farms, Ontario Incorporated, along with John Di Fedeli. And the opener is official, 3256. That exact to $17.80. 325 trifecta, $15.12. 10-cent super, 3256, $6.52. Second race, scratch 3, Bustin' Roxy. Couple of jockey changes. Carlos Barbosa, new jockey 2, Matty Surprise. 5, Rollover. Emmanuel Di Diego picking up the mount. An overweight on the 4, she's an Arctic Queen, 1 pound over. Second race starts the early pick 3. It's in 21 minutes at 1:44.
Horse are in the paddock for race number 2, and that was Brisky Frog on the drop in class, getting the victory. Drops, sometimes it's all they need at that level, was just too good for that field. Second race, we scratched the 3, Bustin' Roxy. Kind of a significant scratch when you consider the pace scenario in race number 2. But boy, is she a lady. Does drop in class out of allowance races, where she broke her maiden against maiden special weights. Looked good winning that race against basically a similar field as this one. Included Maddie Surprise, who's another one that's getting some action in here. And if she could beat Maddie Surprise and others in that race, you'd think that she could beat this field unless she's regressing some. She ran against winners, but she ran third behind next winner Little Miss Sunshine, is one of the best 3-year-old fillies on the grounds. Tequila just ran second yesterday in a rout, and both of them came out of that race to win. So you would have thought that Boy Is She a Lady would have run well coming out of that race in that August 20th race last time. That's why she was bet down to be a favorite, but she just simply didn't really fire at all. Granted, it was a 47.5, but she still should have run better than what she did. So she takes a slight drop in class, but again, if you could forgive the last effort, she's certainly the horse to beat in this race. The 2, Maddie Surprise, she does have some tactical speed. She does benefit from the scratch of Bustin' Roxy. Last time she finished off the board chasing in an allowance race and was caught wide in that race. Again, she broke her maiden against special weights as well after getting defeated by Boy Is She a Lady. So she does have some credentials here, and she is getting some play at 5-2. The 4 is She's an Arctic Queen. As you see, the money, there's only 5 horses, but 4 of them are either 2-1 or 5-2. The 5-horse Rolo is the only one that's not getting any much play. But She's an Arctic Queen faced winners for the first time last time, ran against George's Ladies, who didn't run that badly in the first race today. Put up a decent number for the race and rated a little more than she had been. She was either on or near the lead in most of her races, but she took back a little bit more and made a run, and actually seemed to work for her a little bit. And it might be good stretching out a little bit more to 6 furlongs today if she does use that running style, that she can sit back, make a run, and be in the top 3 in race number 2. Although the scratch of Bustin' Roxy certainly doesn't help the cause if that is going to be her tactics in here. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double at Pick 3 starts in race number 2. We scratch the 3, Bustin' Roxy.
Second race, fillies and mares, 6 furlongs, claimers 11-9, non-winners of 2 races. Scratch 3, Bustin' Roxy, 3, Bustin' Roxy stays in the barn. Couple of jockey changes. Carlos Barbosa, number 2, Maddie Surprise. Emmanuel Di Diego, number 5, Rollover. 4, She's an Arctic Queen, 1 pound over the weight. Second race commences the early pick 3, post time in about 4 minutes. Here's the field number 1, Chubba Chubba Choo Choo, John Davila Jr. 2 is Maddie Surprise, Carlos Barbosa picking up the mount. She's the lone 5-year-old mare, scratch a 3. Her stablemate is 4, She's an Arctic Queen, Louis Perez, 1 pound over the weight. 5, Rollover, Emmanuel Di Diego picks up the mount. Di Diego looking to sweep the early double. Favoritism to the outside filly, number 6, Boy Is She a Lady, at even money with Cabercoa. That's the quintet, the early pick 3 in a little more than 3 minutes. Top pick for me is the 6, Boy Is She a Lady, just off the strength of that good-looking maiden victory on the 5th of July against the special weight competition. A decent third behind Little Miss Sunshine and Tequila. I'll give Tequila a lot of credit. She's looked pretty good. Coming back out of that affair to get to the winner's circle, and she outran her odds the other day at 22-1 when traveling around 2 turns. Boy Is She a Lady really disappointed us on the 22nd of August when she was sent off as the prohibitive 4-5 favorite. Don't have a lot of excuses for her that afternoon, so she'll drop to 11. Maybe a little bit of cause for concern. Her last 2 races nowhere near the strength of her maiden special weight victory, and now she's in for 11. That's my only concern with Boy Is She a Lady. 4, She's an Arctic Queen. I'm always preaching to back sharp horses, and this is a sharp filly. Her last 3 have been her best 3 in her career. A couple of seconds, one against the maiden 11's 3 back, a good-looking 7-length victory on the 8th of August against the maiden 11 competition. Not sure what was behind her, but hey, it's not her fault. She won it, and she won it the way she was supposed to. Pretty much impressed with that 6th of September effort, and it's validated with the effort Georgie's Ladies just put in the opener. So if you're against the 6th, this is the one to probably get on. She's sharp, and her stablemate decided to stay in the barn. I always like that angle. 4, She's an Arctic Queen. Pretty intriguing, although not the biggest of number on the board. 2-1. And then after that, 2, Maddie Surprise. Maddie Surprise was second to Boy Is She a Lady on the 5th of July. Parlayed that runner-up effort into a good-looking maiden victory. And kind of like the favorite, has disappointed in her initial tests against winners, and now she's in for 11. 6-4-2. The 4 is the sharp one, and she's the second choice at 2-1. Little more than a minute until the second race. It's post time for the second race. Field of 5, 4 fillies, 1 mare, Maddie Surprise. One of the long shots, the lone mare. 6, Boy Is She a Lady. Boy, is she a big favorite. 3 to 5. 4, She's an Arctic Queen. 2 to 1. Chubba Chubba Choo Choo, gunning for 2 in a row. Initial test against winners. Here's the lone mare, Maddie Surprise. She's an Arctic Queen, gunning for 2 out of 3. Her last 3 starts have been her best 3 starts in her career. Next will be Rollover, also looking for 2 out of 3. Emmanuel Di Diego picking up the mount. The Barber having a great 2023, looking to sweep the early double. And here is the favorite. Boy, Is She a Lady. Ready for the early pick 3. And there they go. Chubba Chubba Choo Choo quickly away from the inside. She's an Arctic Queen, also flashing plenty of pace. Boy, Is She a Lady on top of the action from the far outside. Maddie Surprise has the 4th position. Rollover's the last of the quintet. Pretty much single file up the backstretch. Chubba Chubba Choo Choo a length or so to She's an Arctic Queen. Boy, Is She a Lady about 2.5 off the pace from the far outside. Maddie Surprise has 4 lengths to make up heading into the turn. Nearly 4 lengths to Rollover, who's the distant trailer. Past the 3/8, Chubba Chubba Choo Choo still calling the shots. Here come the players. Boy, Is She a Lady ranging into the fray. 3 wide outside of She's an Arctic Queen. Maddie Surprise, little less than 6 off the pace near the quarter pole. She's trying to commence her bid. At the back, Rollover. Boy, Is She a Lady gets to the front. Here comes Maddie Surprise to the far outside. She's an Arctic Queen was in a tight spot. Boy, Is She a Lady. Maddie Surprise chasing her to the wire. Boy, Is She a Lady trying to replicate the maiden special weight victory at the expense of Maddie Surprise once again. Boy, Is She a Lady in front. From Maddie Surprise, She's an Arctic Queen, and Chubba Chubba Choo Choo for the Superfecta. Just like the 5th of July, Boy, Is She a Lady and Maddie Surprise. 1-2 under the line, 1 minute 12 and a 75 100ths the final time. 6, Boy, Is She a Lady first. 2nd place 2, Maddie Surprise. 3rd place 4, She's an Arctic Queen. 4th place 1, Chubba Chubba Choo Choo. Entering the winner's circle is number 6, Boy Is She a Lady, a 3-year-old a Bay filly by Boys at Toscanova. Boys at Toscanova out of the damn Palanca City. Owned by Barry Ostriger, bred in New York by Barry, winning trainer Linda Dixon, winning jockey Kay Burkoa. Second race is in the books, so officially 6-2-4-1, the early double 3-6, $14.60, a 6-2 exacta, $14.40. 624 trifecta, $4.20. 10-cent super, 6241, $2.34. Race 3, we'll start our Wednesday pick 6, a one-day carryover, better than $1,700, a $1 minimum wager, traditional style pick 6 in the third. Scratch 1, no stone unturned, part of the entry. Other changes in the sequence. Race 4, scratch 6, what's my category? Fifth race, couple of scratches, 4, New York Anthem, and 6, MA. Let's go to race 6, start with the scratch. Number 6, Unflappable Max. Couple of jockey changes in the 6th. Number 1, ASAP Restoration, Jackie Davis. Number 4, Lobster, Heeman Harkey. 7th race, jockey change 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, Christian Navarro. Let's go to the nightcap, couple of scratches. 1, Riley B, part of the entry. Also scratch 8, New York Riesling. Jockey change 1A, Magic Pro. Jose Ventura waived the 7-pound apprentice allowance. The weight's 124. Quite a few changes in our Wednesday pick 6. Post time in about 19 minutes at 2:12. Big day of racing this Monday. Right here at Finger Lakes 115 first post. What a heck of a card we have, fans. 2-year-olds taking center stage. The Aspirant Stakes, that's our 4th race on an 8-race card. How about this lineup, fans? Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher have horses racing at Finger Lakes this Monday. That's right, Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher. Both the Ortiz brothers will be in town. Irad and Jose. Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche also coming to town. We've got a nice maiden special weight race thereafter. Great first state bred condition. How about that race, fans? That's our 6th race with Jack and Bernie, the Finger Lakes up-and-comer. Trelad, he's a pretty good horse. Irad Ortiz has a mount aboard Golden Arm. Then you get the Lady Finger. Once again, Irad Ortiz riding in that one. Also Katie Davis. We've got Manny Franco and Kendrick Carmouche. I'm talking about Monday, fans, right here at Finger Lakes. That's not an Ira card with Irad and Jose and Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher. It's right here at Finger Lakes, 115 for the Monday opener. And don't forget, fans, those past performances will be online at about 5:30 or 6 o'clock this evening. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. All sorts of great time. All sorts of plenty of time to handicap that great Monday card. Once again, Monday's action, 115.
Okay, 10 minutes to post for race number 3, and no big surprises there. Boy, is she a lady on the drop. See, that's been the theme today. That one drops and wins pretty easily, going by Maddie Surprise. Kind of a repeat of the last time that they faced in a maiden race back in July. That was Kiberkoa for trainer Linda Dixon. Okay, $1 pick 6 starts in race number 3. It is the split condition for fillies and mares. Now where's the 2 races since the date, or never won 4 races. Got a big scratch of the 1, no stone on turn. Figured to be the speed of the race. Probably would like the entry a lot more if you had both of them, and the speed of no stone on turn and the stalker of Ouch That Hurst. Ouch That Hurst could get a little more into the race now without her stablemate, no stone on turn. And she figures to be close up. She does have some tactical speed in a race that doesn't have a lot of early speed in it. And she's in good form right now off of a victory. She's only had 2 starts this year, but it was the second place finish behind her stablemate where they controlled the pace. And then last time she won, and of course it was second, was a next style winner. Short's up to 5.5 again. It is a winnable spot though for Ouch That Hurt. She's at 6-5. Again, not as great a proposition as if you had both of them in there. Of course, you'll probably get better odds than the 1-5 you probably would have got with both of them. The 6 Baker's Daughter is a big drop in class. She has been facing starter allowance competition. She looked good winning back in May when she beat next style winner Easy Play, but then ran into the horse for the course, Queen Aurelia, in her next start. Well, she hasn't been that competitive against the starter allowance the last few starts, so she does take a drop. No surprise there. And this is a big difference, though. You're going from a starter to the 5, a lot easier for Banker's Daughter. If she has anything left in the tank, she should be very formidable in here. The 5 Bayou Melody ran second last time. 2, we don't believe her after, the break wasn't that bad, but she did run second. She won for 5,000 going the 5.5 furlong distance. That wasn't that long ago, back on July 4th. And she was competitive against slightly tougher at the 11-9. So the second place finish last time, not a bad effort at all. Puts her in the mix here. She's currently at odds of 5-2. Those are the 3 main contenders, really, in race number 3. We do start the $1 pick 6 with this race. Scratch the 1 part of entry. No stone unturned.
Third race, fillies and mares, field of 6, scratch 1, no stone unturned, part of the entry. A 5.5 furlong affair for 3-year-olds and up, non-winners of 2 races since March 20th. They're non-winners of 4 races, $5,000 claimers. Once again, scratch number 1, no stone unturned, part of the entry. This is the first leg of our Wednesday pick 6, a one-day carryover better than $1,700, and it is a $1 minimum wager. Let's meet the group, beginning with the 1A. Ouch, that hurt. Jeremias Flores. She's the current favorite at 8-5, looking for 2 in a row and her 9th overall. 2 is Christmas Dinner, looking for her 12th career victory. Rafael Rohina Jr. 3 is Miss Circular Gal, Nazario Alvarado. 4 is Funny Pursuit, Emmanuel Di Diego, looking for a riding double. Funny Pursuit's looking for 2 in a row. 5 is Bayou a Melody with Jackie Davis. 6 is Banker's Daughter, second choice 2-1 Carlos Barbosa, the other Ralph D'Alessandro trainee, stablemate to the 4, Funny Pursuit. Those are the fillies and mares in race 3. A little more than 3 minutes until the Wednesday pick 6. Once upon a time, Ouch That Hurt used to be a very nice allowance type horse here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. She's getting a little bit up there in age, a 7-year-old. Only made 5 appearances last year, and this is only her 3rd start of the 2023 season. Last couple of years, her last 4 starts have all been for this $5,000 level. I give Paul Barrow a lot of credit. He's done good with these elderly types. Bold Lee comes to mind. He doesn't mess around. He runs them for 5 where they can be formidable each and every start. Ouch That Hurt has 2 appearances this season, a 2nd and a win. Now this is her first start in 2 months. She's been away quite some time. But her past class stamps her as one of the major contenders here in race 3. No stone unturned. Stays in the barn, so Ouch That Hurt gets all of the love. She's the big favorite on the board. 5 Bayou Melody's a little intriguing. She's the lone filly. Liked her victory 3 back. Thought her effort 2 back against Joker's Run was pretty good. Last time she broke slowly and was clearly second best. Windy Lee Farms had a lot of success with John Buckley the last couple of seasons. Bayou Melody, the lone filly, at 5-2, my second selection. 6 is Banker's Daughter, who drops all the way down to $5,000. Earlier this season, she won the first state bred condition on the 29th of May. Tried the second state bred, no luck there. It's a tough jump up in class from the first state bred to the second state bred. Ralph D'Alessandro recognized that, dropped her in against starter allowance competition. Not a lot of luck there. Ralphie says, you know what, let's get her back in against $5,000 competition, or let's get her back in against $5,000 competition. Her best race, stamping her as a contender all the way back to that first state bred. She'll get a nice outside draw, can oversee the affair. Perhaps she comes with a good run this afternoon. And then the 2 Christmas Dinner. Christmas Dinner just doesn't run races alike. Fans kind of were on her a little bit last time on the 12th of September. Ran a huge race to Clifton Punch on the 29th of August. You know, a couple of her races this season make her worthy of a look at a long shot price. Christmas Dinner at 15-1. Every once in a while, she jumps up with some big ones, outrunning her odds. Both of those races this season, the race in which she won and the race 2 back, she was double-digit odds. Give her a little bit of a look if you're playing some exotics here in race 3, starting the pick 6. Ouch, That Hurt, the 7-year-old, looking for her 9th career victory. She's the favorite and the one to beat. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the third race. 3 to 4, 1A. Ouch, that hurt. 5 to 2, number 6, Banker's Daughter. 3 to 1, number 5, Bayou Melody. Christmas Dinner is in. Here's Miss Circular Gal. Next will be Funny Pursuit. The favorite, Ouch, That Hurt. 3 to 5 in the wagering. The filly, Bayou Melody, and then Banker's Daughter on this big class drop to the outside. Ready for the Wednesday pick 6. And there they go. Funny Pursuit and Ouch That Hurt begin the best. Banker's Daughter from the far outside tries to stay close. Christmas Dinner's gunned for speed, so too is Miss Circular Gal. Banker's Daughter can only manage 5th out of the starting gate. Bayou Melody's the last of 6. Pace on. Christmas Dinner sent hard from the inside makes the lead. From her outside, Funny Pursuit. Ouch That Hurt is pressing 3 wide, and she begins to close in, making her move at the 3/8. Miss Circular Gal's 4th. There's Bayou Melody picking up her stride. Bayou Melody's going to advance into the 3rd spot with momentum at the 5/16, and Banker's Daughter's quickening with her. Ouch That Hurt's in a little trouble as Christmas Dinner gets away. Here comes Bayou Melody and Banker's Daughter to the outside. They both have momentum. Ouch That Hurt will try to re-rally. She's back to 4th. Banker's Daughter, Bayou Melody. They swarm on Christmas Dinner. Banker's Daughter has the lead. Bayou Melody's running a good one. Ouch That Hurt makes her move into 3rd. Banker's Daughter on this class drop going better than Bayou Melody. Banker's Daughter in front. Bayou Melody ran a winning race but placed 2nd fiddle. Ouch That Hurt disappointed in 3rd. Maybe Miss Circular Gal from 4th from Christmas Dinner. One minute 6 and 2/100ths. Top 2 ran big this afternoon. 6 Banker's Daughter first. Pounded in the late stages down to the even money post time favorite. Good effort from the runner-up 5 Bayou Melody. 3rd place 1A Ouch That Hurt. Photo for 4th. Three Miss Circular Gal 4th for the Super. In the winner's circle is number 6, Banker's Daughter, a 6-year-old, a dark bay or brown mare by Central, a banker out of the dam Lazica. Owned by Joseph and Dan McMahon. Bred in New York by the McMahons. Winning trainers Ralphie D, Ralph D'Alessandro. Winning jockey Carlos Barbosa. And race 3 is official. The dam Lazica produced the nightcap winner on the Tuesday card. 6-6 double, $18.20. 6-5 exacta, $15.40. 6-5 one trifecta, $6.65. 10-cent super 6-5 1-3, $11.37. Wednesday's Pick 5 starts in the 4th race. Scratch number 6, What's My Category? 3D's Wise Guy, 1 pound over the weight. Our 4th race is in 22 minutes at 2:42.
Pick 5 starts in race number 4. Another drop down. That's been the trend today. Banker's Daughter drops from the starter to the 5,000. All 3 winners today have been dropping classers, and Carlos Barbosa gets the victory for Ralph D'Alessandro. It's 11-9 claimer is the 4th. Never won 3 condition, going 5.5 furlongs. A couple horses getting some play. You got the speed of D's Wise Guy coming off a little bit of a break. And then you got Beach Boy Al, who's in pretty good form. He's also getting some play at odds of 8-5. D's Wise Guy, we'll try to take him all the way on the front end, going 5.5. He's only had 1 start since June, and that was Charlestown, going 4.5, and he just didn't fire at all in that race. But he's the one they're going to have to catch in here, and he looks like the main speed of race number 4. It's just a matter of, with the lack of a lot of activity, if he can last on the front end, or a horse like Beach Boy Al can chase him down, and that's the key to the race. He's at 8-5, Beach Boy Al at 8-5. Beach Boy Al shortening up to 5.5 after running a route. Did get caught in some traffic in that route race, caught behind horses, blocked. Bingo John is stablemate, looked like he was going to win. Then Kong Loves a Fight from the Clouds ended up winning the race. Last race wasn't bad. He got into the race. They went pretty slow up front, and he was close up early to that 23. Would not expect him to be close to as fast as these Wise Guys, so he's going to have to make up some ground in here and try to chase that one down, as all of them are going to be trying to chase D's Wise Guy down, who looks to be the main speed of this race. But that one could be vulnerable without a lot of races recently. The other horse to consider would be the 4 Klingman, but he's another one that D's Wise Guys really got to come back at 5.5 furlongs. He closed going this distance last time to win going 5.5, as that race fell apart. So he's got to hope for the same type of scenario for D's Wise Guy to completely stop on the front end for his closing kick. He certainly got the numbers to beat these, just his closing style might need some help up front, or just simply for D's Wise Guy to give it up on his own. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double, and the pick 5 starts at race number 4. You got about 8 minutes to post. Scratch the 6. What's my category?
On the track for the fourth, scratch 6. What's my category? 5.5 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up. Now winners of 3 races. Claimers 11-9. 2 and 3 both carry at 1 pound over. Once again, scratch the 6th. This is the first leg of the Wednesday pick 5. Post time in a little more than 5 minutes. Here they are. Number 1, Couples Therapy, Jackie Davis. Next will be number 2, Masawa, Christian Navarro. Number 3 is D's Wise Guy, K. Berkoa, looking for another winner. 4 is Klingman, gunning for 2 in a row, Kevin Navarro, the jockey. 5, Skip the Parade. 7, Beach Boy Al, Emmanuel Di Diego, looking to team up with Jeremiah Englehart once again. They won the opener. Skipping the Parade. 5, Holy Matrimony, Michael Davila Jr. Field of 6, the 4th race starting the pick 5, about 4 minutes out. 7-5, D's Wise Guy. 8-5, Beach Boy Al. 7, Beach Boy Al's my top selection. Loved his victory on the 28th of June. Didn't like his route race, though. 14th of August, not a lot of excuses in my opinion. Comment line reads he was blocked from the 8th pole to the 16th. I don't think he was getting there anyway. Rebounded with a very good effort on the 4th of September. Perhaps sprinting is what he's really all about. Both of those 2 sprints this season and the one to conclude his 3-year-old campaign make him the horse to beat. Like the horse that beat him, Noble Journey. We get to see him next week. I think that horse is pretty good. Beach Boy Al, currently our 6-5 favorite. He's going to have to be on the top of his game because he's got a speedy class dropper he's got to deal with. That's the 3, D's Wise Guy. D's Wise Guy is super, super quick. Look at that race back at Tampa in a 5 furlong turf race. Goes 21-1. Looked pretty good here in the spring, winning in April and early May. Back-to-back scores at the abbreviated distances of 4.5 and 5 furlongs. I guess the 5.5 furlong distance is his biggest nemesis probably in this spot. But he was good enough to have the lead all the way to the 8th pole against much better. Look who beat him that day, Waralo. Waralo looked awesome yesterday, winning the 2nd state bred. Doc Advantage looked good the other week, last week, in a big-time runner-up effort. That race right there, and they're probably all playing second fiddle to D's Wise Guy. Recently at Charlestown, couldn't get near the lead, but he broke through the starting gate, I guess, prior to the race. I didn't watch the replay, and I didn't tune in that particular day. Kind of find it somewhat interesting that he couldn't make the pace at Charlestown. He'll definitely be on the pace this afternoon. He's the one to come and catch. If you're looking for a long shot, what about the 2, Masawa? I like the move up in class. That's a big-time vote of confidence by owner-trainer Tina Chamberlain. I like this horse's stride on the 22nd of August. You know, he was entered in a race last week, I think, against 5,000 N3Ls, and I remember it was, I think, the day before I said, I think Masawa's probably going to get to the winner's circle tomorrow. Connection scratch for this spot. Fortunately, they run into a couple of monsters, Beach Boy Al and D's Wise Guy. But for those who watch the replay, this horse had a big-looking stride in the final furlong. I'll give him a little bit of a look at 13-1. And then after that, the 4, Klingman. I've always been a fan of Klingman's. He ran good on the 28th of August, although there were a couple of horses in there that had some trouble, and he probably benefited with a much cleaner trip. One thing for sure in this spot, he's going to get some pace because D's Wise Guy is going to blaze a trail up front. Maybe Holy Matrimony can try to stay and push D's Wise Guy. The faster they go early, the better it will be for Klingman in the late stages. This is the first leg of our Wednesday Pick 5. 1 minute, post time in a minute. It's post time for the fourth race. 7 Beach Boy Owls, the favorite at 4-5. 3D's Wise Guy, second choice 2-1. Field of 6 arriving at the gate. Couples Therapy, the first one in. Next will be Masawa. Speedy D's Wise Guy. Next will be Klingman. Holy Matrimony and the favorite Beach Boy Owl. Beach Boy Owl will be the last one to load. Still waiting for Holy Matrimony. Beach Boy Owl, the last of 6 to the extreme outside. Ready for the pick 5. And there they go. Quick start for Beach Boy Owl, but here comes the superior speed of D's Wise Guy. He's going to pick it up from his inside. Couples Therapy is third. Holy Matrimony now strides into that spot. Klingman has the 4th position. Masawa from between runners. D's Wise Guy is the pace. Beach Boy Owl is very aggressively handled, and he is sticking with D's Wise Guy in the run to the 3/8. They build up nearly 6 or 7 lengths to Holy Matrimony. Klingman's a distant 4th. Masawa's 5th, and at the back, Couples Therapy. Beach Boy Owl asserting his authority, already up to the front. He was into the race early. He's the one to beat at the quarter pole. D's Wise Guy is second. In third, Holy Matrimony. Klingman's 4th. Farther back, Couples Therapy and Masawa. Beach Boy Owl strutting his stuff. Look at Owl. Pour it on. Into second, Holy Matrimony. D's Wise Guy backpedals. Klingman up the inside. Beach Boy Owl has run his rivals right off the screen. He is clearly superior. Doubles for D. Diego and Jeremiah Engelhardt. Checking in second was Holy Matrimony. Then go to Klingman. 4th and 5th involves D's Wise Guy and Couples Therapy. Big time effort from Beach Boy Owl. You could tell he meant business immediately out of the starting gate, and he stayed very, very close to D's Wise Guy. This race was over at entry time. Beach Boy Owl, a much the best winner. Second place 5, Holy Matrimony. Third place to the 4, Klingman. Got pretty tight for 4th. 1 minute 5 and 5/100ths the final time. Beach Boy Owl makes his way into the winner's circle. A 4-year-old dark brown gelding by Unified out of the damn bag of tricks. Owned by Greyhound Stables and Christopher Dunn. Training double for Maya Engelhart. A riding double for the Barbary Manuel Di Diego. The winner was bred in New York by Mockmer Hall along with D&J Stables LLC. Fourth place 3D's Wise Guy 7543. 6-7 double $10, 7-5 exact to $27, 7-5-4 trifecta $16, 7-5-4 3 10-cent super $8. Pretty formful early pick 3 and early pick 4. The pick 3 $6.40, the early pick 4 $18. Fifth race starts our late pick 4, couple of scratches for New York Anthem and 6 CMA. Post time in about 22 minutes at 3:12.
And we're getting ready to start the late pick 4 as good-looking performance by Beach Boy Al. What looked to be a 2-horse race turned out to be a 1-horse race, as that did not look like the same D's Wise guy from earlier this season. Beach Boy Al, though, was able to stay close with that one early. When you knew he was that close that early, he was sharp enough that he was going to just dominate, and he did. I mean, Manuel Diego for Jeremiah Engelhart, and they also took the first race with Brisky Frolic. So those connections are hot today, and they start off the pick 5. Scratch the 4, New York Anthem out of race number 5 goes the distance of 6 furlongs. You only left with 5 betting interests with a scratch of New York Anthem and Seme. Thought the scratch of New York Anthem was kind of a significant one as far as the pace scenario in this race. Forward motion looks to be the lone speed of this race, and it's just a matter of, is he good enough to hold off the very sharp Fiery Heart? And that looks like the main matchup in this one. It does go 3/4, and Fiery Heart and Miami Chrome just finished ahead of Forward Motion last time when Forward Motion had to deal with Conformist early. Well, no other speed in this race might benefit Forward Motion enough that maybe he could hold off that rival. Now, you can't say anything bad about Fiery Heart, and on the surface, it does look like Fiery Heart is the horse to beat here, as he's won 4 of his 5 starts this year. Only loss was in a rout, finishing second to a sharp Royal Suspect at the time. Royal Suspect had won like 3 in a row. But this horse ran well last time. Had some anxious moments. Had to beat Miami Chrome to the wire. It was close between the two of them as the pace fell apart. It was a quick enough pace to run at. A Horse Be With You just won the other day. Looked good winning. So Fiery Heart, logical horse in here, is going to be the favorite, and deservedly so, as Buckley's done a good job with this one, and he's sharp. He's looking for his 5th win already this season. Good chance to do so, but he's going to have to chase down the lone speed of Forward Motion. Those look like the main 2. If you're looking for somebody else, maybe Miami Chrome you make a case for, because he finished so close with Fiery Heart in that starter race last time he went 6 furlongs. He's had a 5.5 furlong race since, and he wasn't that badly beaten by Tommy the Torch in that race. It was a decent time for that race, so he's always right there. A lot of top 3 finishes for Miami Chrome. He'll have to have the right kind of trip to chase down these horses. Again, forward, not really much pace in here, as Forward Motion figures to be the main speed, so they'll have to chase him down. Exacta Tri Super Daily Double and Pick 4 starts at race number 5. Again, we scratch the 4, New York Anthem, and the 6, Sam A.
Coming onto the track for race 5, starter allowance race, optional tag of $8,000, sprinting, 6 furlongs, 3-year-olds and up, scratches 4 and 6, New York Anthem and Sam May. First leg of our late pick 4, post time in about 5 minutes. Here's the field. Number 1, Invaluable Will with Rafael Rojina Jr. 2 is Miami Chrome, Joel Cruz. Next will be number 3, Forward Emotion, Cabercoa, looking for a riding double. Second choice at 5-2. 4 and 6 both scratched. 5, Prepare for Glory, Heeman Harkey. And the favorite is number 7, Fiery Heart, gunning for 5 out of 6 with Kevin Navarro, Eva money in the wagering. The late pick 4 in a little more than 4 minutes. Fiery Heart, my top selection. It's kind of like Boldly for me, fans. Every time I see this horse in a starter allowance race, I'm going to pick him on top. Having a heck of a year, 5 starts, 4 wins, and 1 second. You know, Windy Lee Farm and John Buckley had the 2022 Finger Lakes Horse of the Year named Warrior's Revenge that utilized the starter allowance condition to win a bunch of races last season. And the connections are right back at it again here in 2023, this time with Fiery Heart. Think about this. You could have had him for $5,000 to conclude his 3-year-old campaign. He ran second that day. Took the winner off, came back in a maiden special weight race, cruised, stepped up to an allowance N2L. Hard-earned victory. Since then in the starter allowance ranks, been pretty good. His alone defeat was when 2 turning. Back to the 1 turn preferred distance. He's the horse to beat. Fiery Heart. 3 Forward Motion might have a pace advantage, so the fans are kind of on him, and rightfully so. 5-2. He's looking for his 11th career victory. Last time out, he set the pace in which Fiery Heart and Miami Chrome were able to overhaul him. Should be noted that the 3rd place finisher, Horse Be With You, came back and won the first state bred on Monday. Looked pretty good winning. Forward Motion before that won the 2nd state bred, defeating the Institute. The Institute was 2nd yesterday to Waralo in the 2nd state bred. So Forward Motion's been keeping good company. Last time he got pressed a little bit. Who's going to press him here in this spot? Doesn't look like there's as much pace on paper as there was on the 28th of August. Forward Motion, maybe he sneaks away. Maybe Fiery Heart just tries to stay close, kind of like Beach Boy Al did to D's Wise Guy. 7-3 for me. Underneath, I looked at the 5, Prepare for Glory. Thought his race against Tommy the Torch was pretty good. Didn't really have a strong opinion for 3rd. Thought it was a 2-horse race concerning our late pick 4. 7, Fiery Heart, looking for 5 out of 6. He's the favorite. He's the one to beat here in the 5th. A little more than a minute until today's fifth race, beginning our late pick four. Nearing the gate. It's post time for the fifth race. 3 Forward Emotion, now the favorite, even money. 7 Fiery Heart, clear cut second choice, 7-5. A field of 5 at the starting gate. Invaluable Will, the only one in for the $8,000 tag. He's the first one to load. Next will be Miami Chrome. Forward Motion, even money. Fiery Heart, 6-5. Who will stay with Forward Motion through the early stages? That is the $64,000 question here on paper in the fifth. Prepare for Glory to load, then Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart to the outside, ready for the late pick four. And there they go. Forward Motion pops the starting gate, and there is no pace on. He has the lead all to himself, and he's absolutely crawling. Invaluable Will's in the second spot. Fiery Heart third outside of Miami Chrome. The early trailer is Prepare for Glory. Forward Motion trying to go as slow as he can through the early stages. Miami Chrome and Fiery Heart have to come and apply some pressure. Invaluable Will's back to the fourth position. Prepare for Glory at the mercy of this soft pace. 7 lengths off the lead heading into the turn. 23-2 for Forward Motion. No excuses for him. Fiery Heart has 2 lengths to make up at the 5/16. Miami Chrome is third. Invaluable Will's now a little less than 6 off the lead. Prepare for Glory still at the back. Forward Motion got the best of the start, and he's the leader turning into the lane. Soft flow for him, no excuses. Fiery Heart comes under pressure. Forward Motion and Fiery Heart. Miami Chrome is third. Forward Motion. Fiery Heart tries to make a good race out of it in the final furlong. Fiery Heart right alongside of Forward Motion. Here's Fiery Heart. Fiery Heart, he's a monster. Forward Motion had the pace advantage, still couldn't fend off Fiery Heart. Invaluable Will third, then Miami Chrome and Prepare for Glory. What a cool horse. Last year it was Warrior's Revenge for Windy Leaf Farm. This year it's Fiery Heart. Forward Motion got a 23-2, 47 for the half. Fiery Heart still was able to reel him in. That's a racehorse. 3 Forward Motion second, third place 1 Invaluable Will, fourth place 2 Miami Chrome, 112 and 48/100ths the final time. 2 in a row, 5 out of 6. Number 7, Fiery Heart, ready to make his way into the winner's circle. 4-year-old A Big Gelding by Outwork out of the dam Says Who. Owned by Windy Lee Farm, LLC. Winning trainer John Buckley. Winning jockey Kevin Navarro. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Windstar Farm, LLC. And race 5 is official. 7-7 a double, $7.70. 7-3 exacta, $7.60. 7-3 trifecta, $6.75. 10-cent super, 7-3 $2.44. 6-7-7 pick 3 good for $4.40. On to race 6. 23 minutes away, 3:43 is the post time. A very nice allowance race. 2 turn affair, scratch 6 unflappable max. Couple of jockey changes. 1 ASAP restoration to Jackie Davis. Heeman Harkey on the 4 Lobster. 2 civil service, 1 pound over. Post time, 3:43, race 6, starting our late pick 3.
And we're in the paddock for race number 6. That was very impressive, by the way. The forward motion figured to be the only speed of the race. Question is, can Fiery Heart still overcome the pace advantage that forward motion had? And he certainly did. Big effort by Fiery Heart to get the victory. Probably his best race that he's had so far. He just keeps getting better. And what a season that he's having. That's 5 wins in a second in 6 starts this year. Obviously, he's going to be up for an award. Kevin Navarro for trainer John Buckley. What a great training job John Buckley has done with Fiery Heart. And that was very, very impressive to run down a lone speed horse. 6th race, a $20,000 optional claiming allowance race. Horses have not won 2 races to date or have never won 4 races or in for the optional tag. And the only one in for the tag is Don't Poke the Cat. The 3 horse is getting a lot of early play right now. The horse that's not getting much play is kind of a surprise is the 8 Ladies Golden Guy. He's faced so much better, mostly in sprint races, but he did prove he could go long by running a good second in the Genesee Valley Breeder Stakes against the New York Derby winner, Baris, who came in and took that one. Ladies Golden Guy with a little bit of a stumble at the start, but he did set a pretty slow pace that day, so it was just a matter of getting beat by a better horse in Baris, but still a good effort considering that was a Lasix-free stakes race. His other route race earlier this year made an early move, a nice move, and just got beat at the wire by Beta, but a good second. Those are better horses, and now moving in to this spot, this optional claiming allowance race, you would think that he's got a little bit of a class edge on these rivals. He's right now at odds of 6-1. Wouldn't expect him to go off anything close to that price, but he should be awfully formidable in this spot. I mentioned the 4 Lobster earlier. This horse was very impressive when he ran here on July 24th. Man, he got the lead in that race and just burned up the track in a very quick time for the day. Earned a big number for the race, beating a good field relatively easily. I don't know where that race came from for Lobster, but if he can repeat that effort, he can beat this field, no question about it. But he ran into some real good ones at Saratoga when he tried that competition, and he knew he was up against it in that race. He went off at odds of 23-1, as there were some really solid entrants in there. Probably any one of those top 3 finishers would beat this field. And even he was overmatched. He comes back to Finger Lakes. Again, if he could repeat that effort that he had on July 24th, Lobster right now at odds of 8-5. Certainly got to be considered. Civil Service is the 2-horse. Civil Service, an honest horse, is always right there, always puts in a run. Looked like the winner last time he ran a route. That was just a couple starts ago on August 15th. Ran against America's Justice in a short field of only 4 horses. America's Justice did set a decent pace in that race, and it looked like Civil Service was going to go by him. He actually got in front of him at one point, it seemed like, but America's Justice came back on. So it was either a question of, did Civil Service hang a little bit? Maybe he got a little bit tired his first time going long. I don't know, but it was still a good effort first time going long for Civil Service. He'll try a route again and figures to get a pretty good trip in here, and hard not to use him in the top 3. He's right now at odds of 7-1. Again, honest horse should be in the number somewhere. And then the horse that is getting bet is the 3 Don't Poke the Cat. Again, he's the only one in for the tag. He's a 14-time winner. He's figured it out. He was finishing 2nd and 3rd a lot to begin the season, and then put himself a little bit closer into the race on a good racetrack and just dominated a claiming field. Went back to the starter last time and was able to get a good enough pace that he closed by and got another victory. So he's sharp right now. Is he this good is the question. This is a little tougher race than the races he comes out of, but he did finish in good times with some good numbers, so he's another one to consider in race number 6. We start the late pick 3 with this race. Exacta Tri Super and Daily Double offered. Scratch a 6, Unflappable Max.
Coming onto the track for race 6, 1 mile and 70 yards. A very nice allowance race. Optional tag of $20,000. 3-year-olds and up, scratch 6 on Flappable Max. Let's meet the Group 1 ASAP Restoration. A jockey change to Jackie Davis. ASAP Restoration looking for 3 in a row. 2 is Civil Service with Louis Perez, 1 pound over the weight. 3, Don't Poke the Cat, gunning for 3 in a row, and his 15th overall. Carlos Barbosa looking for a riding double. This is the only guy in for the 20K. 4 is Lobster, Heban Harkey, the new jockey. 5 is America's Justice, Nazario Alvarado. Scratch 6, Unflappable Max. 7, Jitter Juice, Cabercoa looking for 2. Stablemate to the 2, 2 and 7 under the training tutelage of Michael S. Ferraro. And the 8 is Ladies Golden Guy with Joel Cruz. Awesome allowance race. Field of 7 starting our late pick 3. Post time in about 4 minutes. What a cool allowance race we have here in race 6 starting our late pick 3. Multiple conditions, non-winners of 2 races since March 20th, 2023, or non-winners of 4 races, or the optional tag of 20. It gets a very, very juicy field, a very competitive field, going the 1 mile and 70 yards. You can go everywhere here, fans. I think all 7 have a legitimate chance to land into the winner's circle. 2, Civil Service will be the horse I'm going to go with. He was 3-5 in a similar condition on the 15th of August. Ran very good, missing to America's Justice. That was his first time going the 2 turns. Some question marks with the 2 turns, and I thought he answered them. I know he's very legit going a 1-turn race, but that is a very, very, very good race for Civil Service. I think he'll get a little pace in here. Lobster likes to show some speed. America's Justice wants to be forwardly positioned. Ladies Golden Guy, primarily a sprinter in his career. Civil Service is going to get a nice tracking trip, and you're going to get a good price if you believe in him. 6-1. I'll go with him on top. 3-5, 2 back in this condition. Then he runs up against Jack and Bernie. I'll take my chances. 6-1 on Civil Service. 8, Ladies Golden Guy. He's been one of our better horses here the last few years. No question about that. Look at his career, 12 for 34. Last time out, he ran very well. Just had the misfortune of running up into Barisi. Ladies Golden Guy, that was in the Genesee Valley Breeders. Now he's back into this favorable allowance condition. It's not been his best year, but he's been up against the big boys. No question about it. We'll see what kind of a trip he can work out from that far outside. With all that speed to his inside, maybe he's the one who gets a beautiful tracking trip in the clear. 7-2, good enough price for Ladies Golden Guy. 5, America's Justice, looked good winning on the 15th of August. It's a nice racehorse, no question about it. He doesn't necessarily need the lead either. He loses his regular jockey Joel Cruz to Ladies Golden Guy, but Nazario Alvarado is more than capable. He's won a lot of races for many, many years. America's Justice. This is his 4th start of the season. American Pharaoh out of a Lawyer Ron mare, Kentucky bred. Big price, 16-1. No love for America's Justice this afternoon. Then you get 3, Don't Poke the Cat. A lot of tote support for him, rightfully so. He looked good winning against those 11s, 2 back. Looked even better, in my opinion, on the 29th of August. This is a much, much tougher spot, but hey, he enters this one on a positive note. He's a 9-year-old who's made a ton of money and won a ton of races, and he's hoping they blaze a trail up front because he does his best running from off the pace. Somewhat versatile, though. Look at the race 2 back. When they slowed it down, 24-1 and 48-3, he was much closer than he had been in his previous races. If they ensure a good tempo, he can come from farther back. He's in good form, no question about it. I kind of dismissed the 4, Lobster. Thought Lobster kind of got things to his liking on the 24th of July. Although the flow was pretty legit, 24-1, 48-2, 12-4 to a 43-3 final time. I thought he just might be up against it with some other horses forwardly positioned. He's the favorite right now at 2-1. Race is very, very competitive. ASAP Restoration's gunning for 3 in a row. Jitter Juice, we'll see what Jitter Juice shows up today. He's better at 2 turns than that recent 6 furlong affair. This race is competitive from top to bottom. Enjoy it. It's going to be here in a couple of minutes. About a minute until the 6th. It's post time for the 6th. Don't Poke the Cat 5-2 with Ladies Golden Guy. Lobsters 3-1. Civil Service 4-1. Don't Poke the Cat, the favorite, now 2-1 in the wagering. Very competitive field of 7 at the gate. ASAP Restoration is in here. Civil Service, 1 of 2 for Michael S. Ferraro. Jitter Juice is the stablemate. Don't Poke the Cat, stepping up in class, getting all the love, 9-5. Next will be Lobster. America's Justice. Jitter Juice and Ladies Golden Guy. Ladies Golden Guy looking for his 13th career victory. Don't Poke the Cats in search of his 15th career trip to the winner's circle. Ladies Golden Guy, the last of 7 to the outside. They're at the post. And there they go. Jitter Juice is showing pace. Lobster wants to be prominently positioned. Ladies Golden Guy tracking from 3rd from the far outside. Don't Poke the Cat. He's close to the action, only 3 or 4 from the front. Lobster gets the lead all by himself. Civil Service is 3rd last. America's Justice is nowhere near the lead, and ASAP Restoration's the last of all. Lobster with a lonely lead, about a length and a half to Don't Poke the Cat and Jitter Juice. Ladies Golden Guy reserved in the 4th spot, 5 off the lead. About 6 or 7 lengths to Civil Service. America's Justice far off the pace this afternoon. ASAP Restoration, the last of 7. 23 3/5. Legitimate Flow for Lobster. A length and a half to Don't Poke the Cat, who's sharp, and he's into the race early. Jitter Juice is 3rd. Ladies Golden Guy has 5 lengths to make up. It's about 6 lengths to ASAP Restoration, Civil Service, and America's Justice. 47 2/5 for Lobster, the leader at the 3/8. Lobster working with 2.5 lengths. In second, Don't Poke the Cat. Ladies Golden Guy is 3rd. Jitter Juice is 4th. Little even paced. Civil Service trying to pick up his stride into the 5th spot. 7 from Lobster, who remains lonely with the lead. ASAP Restoration, second last at the back. America's Justice. They let Lobster do all the running, and they need to step up to him in the final 3/16. He works with 3 lengths. In second is Ladies Golden Guy. Civil Service to the outside. Lobster all alone with the lead throughout. The He-Man, Heman Harkey, wire to wire with Lobster. Ladies Golden Guy was second. The stablemates are 3rd and 4th. Civil Service and Jitter Juice. They're in the photo for barn bragging rights for the show dough. Lobster gets the lead all to himself throughout, and they paid the price, that's for sure. Lobster all the way, 143 4/100. 8 Ladies Golden Guy was a second. It got tight between the stablemates for 3rd and 4th. Make sure to hold all tickets. To Civil Service, checks in 3rd, 4th place 7, Jitter Juice. Lobster, 2 out of 3. 5-year-old Dark Bear Brown Horse by MC out of the Dam. Salty Little Sis, owned by Eddie F's Racing. Winning trainer Rachel Sells. Winning jockey the He-Man, Heman Harkey. Winner was bred in New York by Fedwell Farm. Race 6 is official, 4827. 7-4 double, $9.60. A 4-8 exacta, $19.20. 4-8-2 trifecta, $11.25. A 10-cent super 4-8-2-7, $16.32. 7th race, Christian Navarro, new jockey 4. I know you ain't talking to me. The 7th race will begin the late daily double and post times in about 23 minutes at 4:15. Big day of racing on Monday with the aspirant, the Lady Finger. Bob Baffert's got a horse here at Finger Lakes. That's right, Bob Baffert with one here at the thumb. Todd Pletcher. Both the Ortiz brothers will be in town. Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche. An excellent card on the Monday program. A very solid state bred. Jack and Bernie and Trelad. The Lady Finger, the aspirant. A big card on Monday, 1:15, first post.
Got 10 minutes to post for race number 7. Another impressive effort by Lobster. The last 2 times that this horse has been here in routes, he's burned up the racetrack. That was a huge effort. It's not like we've seen a lot of gate to wires today. That horse got the lead and just kept going to get the victory for Rachel Sells. What a return to Finger Lakes for Lobster, winner of the 6th. An allowance race is the 7th. It goes the distance of a mile and a 16th. No surprise who the favorite is, the 5 Holly Jazz, who comes off a good second place finish behind a sharp winner in Allure Fortune. Allure Fortune was stretching out and looked the part. That horse was very impressive, stretching out of sprints, got the lead and just kept going. Holly Jazz was in perfect position and just had to chase that rival. It was a clear second in a really good race. The horse that was third, Unicorn Sally, is no slouch. That was after winning for 5,000. Finds this different condition, the non-winners of a state bred, and this should actually be a little bit easier for Holly Jazz. He's getting the play at odds of even money, no surprise. The speed should come from the 4. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me was unable to get anywhere near the front against Allure Fortune last time, and then was in chase mode. Last time she won, it was against the $5,000 claimers in a route. So if speed can carry her, like I said, speed hasn't been great today. I mean, we just saw the horse go gate to wire in the 6th, but I Know You Ain't Talking to Me is the one they're going to have to catch in here. She's currently at odds of 7-1. She'll try to shake loose and steal this one on the front. These 3 Stay Home Mama, not necessarily a win threat, but she often lands a share for Beth Miller-Saul. She's a great check getter. She ran second last time behind stablemate Saratoga Kisses. Would expect her to make the number again today. She's a late runner, which hasn't been in the top 2 at this distance, about the 16th, but you got to figure that she's going to sit back, make her run, and hard to see her not in the superfecta. The 7-horse Maze Love Laffy, there's positive and negatives to the last race. The positive, she really gave the heavy favorite a race, but the negative is she had kind of an easy lead in that race too. She isn't as fast as I Know You Ain't Talking to Me early, but I mean she was basically walking for the way the track was playing that day and hung in there. That's the fact that she battled Isabel Loves Gold right to the wire, so she did have some fight in her. And her other second place finish in her route was against Capital Gal, who's no slouch. So she could be a factor in here as well under Rafael Rohina. She's getting a little bit of action at odds of 9-2. Those are the main contenders in race number 7. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, and Daily Double offered it here. You got Christian Navarro on the 4. I Know You Ain't Talking to Me.
On the track for the 7th race, here's the group. Number 1, Coup de Parte, Stephen Frett. Next will be number 2, La Cafetera, Kevin Navarro. 3 is Stay Home Mama, Joel Cruz. 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me, picking up the mount, Christian Navarro. 5 is Holiday Jazz, the favorite, with Emmanuel Di Diego. Di Diego's looking for 3. Ralph D'Alessandro's looking for a training double. 6 is True Destiny. Kay Bracoa looking for his second winner on the Wednesday card. Next will be the 7, Mays Loved Laffy, Rafael Rohina Jr. 8 is Guidance. Carlos Barbosa looking for 2. This one's a stablemate to the 2, La Cafetera. 2 and 8 conditioned by Ilmar Loaiza. Fillies and Mares in the 7th, 1 mile and 1/16. New York breds, first state bred condition. And 6, True Destiny, 1 pound over once again. Christian Navarro, new jockey 4, I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. 7th race begins a late double, post time in about 4 minutes. I've landed on the 5, Holiday Jazz, just like you. Even money, just like all the fans right now. Most of the fans, anyway. Even money for Holiday Jazz. Exiting a pretty good starter allowance race in which Allure Fortune was stretching out and looked very good, winning. That was over a good racetrack. Holiday Jazz is 0 for 4 on wet racetracks, despite a very nice Tomlinson for the off tracks. Most of her success has been on dirt fast racetracks with 16 starts, 4 wins, and 3 seconds. She's had a good 2023 here at Finger Lakes, banking more than $39,000, 3 wins and 2 seconds from those 11 starts. This is not the toughest first state bred by any means. Thought Holiday Jazz was the one to beat, and so do most of the fans. She's 4 to 5. 8, Guidance, worth a little bit of a look for Victor and Nancy Salvato. They are staunch supporters here at Finger Lakes. Big shout out to the Salvatos. They're here just about each and every racing day, making claims, enjoying the action. They stepped up with $5,000 for Guidance in late July. She won that day as an odds-on favorite. The runner-up, Ruxton Rocks, looked pretty good, winning yesterday. Guidance came out of that affair to try this first state bred condition, and even 4th. I think this race is a little easier than that one. There are no Saratoga Kisses in this affair. Guidance at 6 to 1 if you're looking for a little bit of an upsetter. 3, Stay Home Mama is somewhat of a nibbler, only 4 for 32 in the win column, but she does have 15 seconds and thirds. Her running style is usually up against it. She comes from far out of it, but she looks like a good shot for the try, and the exacta possibly. Stay Home Mama at 5 to 1. What about the 6, True Destiny? She's going pretty good this year. If you forgive the race 2 back, that was a 6 furlong race against 11,000s. Her route races have been good. She should be somewhat forwardly positioned. Not the worst stab in the world, that's for sure. She's 9 to 1. Holiday Jazz, the big favorite. First state bred condition here in the 7th. Starts the late double. Post time in a little more than 2 minutes. 1 minute post time in a minute. It's post time for the 7th race. 5 Holiday Jazz, the big favorite, 4-5. Eight fillies and mares arriving at the gate. Gonna load La Cafetera first to post position 2. There's Coup de Parte. Stay Home Mama. I know you ain't talking to me. The favorite Holiday Jazz. The 3 fillies to the outside. True Destiny, Maze Love, Laffy, and Guidance. Guidance for Victor and Nancy Salvato to the far outside. Ready for the fillies and mares. True Destiny acting up just a little bit. And there they go. And she was eager to leave the gate, True Destiny. She's part of the leader line. I know you ain't talking to me, and Holiday Jazz want a scrimmage. Maze Love Laffy forwardly positioned. Coup de Parte's 5th from the inside. Then La Cafetera, Guidance. And Stay Home Mama has to like the flow. She's at the back marker. I know you ain't talking to me in True Destiny. Also up close, the favorite Holiday Jazz outside of Coup de Parte. Maze Love Laffy amongst that group. 2.5 lengths separates the first 5. Another length to Guidance, who's eager to get involved and be part of that leading pack. La Cafetera sits a nice trip. She's 5 lengths off the lead, and it's more than 6.5 back to the trailer. Stay Home Mama. 24 seconds for I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A length to True Destiny. Far outside, Maze Love Laffy. Holiday Jazz amongst the leading group in the 2-path. Coup de Parte against the rail. Guidance is 4 lengths off the lead, covering La Cafetera. About 4.5 lengths to Stay Home Mama, getting a little closer and beginning her move from that back marker. I know you ain't talking to me, still with the lead at the 3/8. Here's Holiday Jazz slipping into second, and she's closing after the leader. Guidance is making her move along with Stay Home Mama. Still with the top spot, I know you ain't talking to me. Holiday Jazz gets closer, getting within 2 at the quarter pole. Guidance needs to pick up her pace. She's 3rd. Stay Home Mama makes a move for 4th. I know you ain't talking to me. Still calling the shots. Holiday Jazz has 3/16 to reel her in. And here comes Holiday Jazz to the outside. Holiday Jazz with momentum up to the front. I know you ain't talking to me's back to second. A big day, a big 2023 for Emmanuel Di Diego. Holiday Jazz, much the best from I Know You Ain't Talking to Me. A distant 3rd to Guidance. And then Stay Home Mama 4th for the Super. Di Diego's on fire this season, the best I've seen him ride in my 15 years here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack. 5 Holiday Jazz, 147 and 63/100ths, the final time. Big effort from the 4. I know you ain't talking to me. Tried to go as long as she could with the top spot. 3rd place, 8 Guidance. 4th place, 3 Stay Home Mama. 5, 4, 8, 3 unofficially in the 7th. Holiday Jazz makes her way into the winner's circle. That is 2 out of 3. Her 5th career score. 4 for 12 this season. A 5-year-old chestnut mare by First Samurai out of the dam Alma Leonera. Owned by Gumster Stable LLC. A trading double for Ralph D'Alessandro. A riding triple for the Barber Emmanuel De Diego. The winner was bred in New York by Teneri Farm Incorporated along with Bernardo Alvarez. All right, the 7th's in the books, officially a 5-4-8-3. A 4-5 double, $13.20. A 5-4 exacta from the 7th, $16.20. 5-4-8 trifecta, $15.50. 5-4-8-3 10-cent super, $8.35. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. One more race in the work week. Scratch 1 Riley B, part of the entry. Also scratch 8 New York Rizzling. 1A Magic Pro, a jockey change to Jose Ventura. Waive the 7-pound apprentice allowance. The weight is 124 pounds. Our Wednesday nightcap, 22 minutes away at 4:46.
And we're getting ready to conclude this race week with this final race. Looking back at the 7th, good effort by Holiday Jazz at a rundown. I know you ain't talking to me. It's not like front speed hasn't been that great today. Holiday Jazz still, don't take anything away from her. I know you ain't talking to me. Gets brave on the front end, and she was able to chase her down. Emmanuel Di Diego for Ralph D'Alessandro. Just a reminder, upcoming, we are dark the next few days, but our next live racing day will be Monday. We got our big 2-year-old stakes races, the Lady Finger and the Aspirant Stakes, and they've attracted some big names. You got both the Ortiz brothers, Irad and Jose Ortiz. Bob Baffert and Todd Pletcher are also coming, and, well, not coming, but are also entered. And you got Manny Franco also aboard. That's the Aspirant Lady Finger Stakes. Quite a card for Monday, 1:15 first post time. Scratch the 1 part of entry, Riley B, and the 8 New York Riesling out of this last race. Looking at the 6 Crunch BBB, no more excuses for this horse. He does look like the one to beat in here. Broke his maiden in first asking, was put in for 5,000 right away and dominated a slow field of 5,000 maidens. Came back and beat the 11 and 9s, but was aided by the fact that he took out half the field at the start, ended up getting his number taken down. But he still ran pretty decently behind CJ's Grand Slam, a horse that's won 3 in a row, and then he ran into another drop down last time. So a very logical horse is the 6 Crunch BBB. Probably will be a short price favorite right now at odds of even money. The 4 Bumble Monster was a little closer than normal last time because of a slow pace. Wasn't much speed at all. And the interesting thing about it was it's still backed up. It was a closer that won the race, came from out of it. Bumble Monster actually took over the lead and then got run down. So the question is, does he want to win? He's been running consistently well, just a matter of getting the right kind of trip. Well, maybe with the resurfacing, see a couple horses run a little bit better. Maybe Bumble Monster could be one of them. He's at odds of 6-1. The 3 horse is going to be dancing. He's been mixed up in a couple speed duels. Last time he ran into Schiffauer Strong, mentioned that one is the drop down, ran right behind Crunch BBB in that race, wasn't that badly beaten by that rival. And before that, ran a good second behind Central Love, ran behind Central Love, got in a duel that day. Bumble Monster ended up second. That was the same distance of 5.5. But again, keeps getting mixed up in these pace duels, and does look like he's not the only speed in here either, with BC Glory Days inside of him. But if he can be patient here, stay up there close to the pace, he could be a factor here. He's mixed it up with some better horses in the past, and he's a big threat in race number 8. Mentioned BC Glory Days, looks like the inside of the speed. Really no excuse for this horse last time, except for it was a little bit further, 6 furlongs. Maybe he can hold on better going 5.5, but you got to figure he's going to get a little more pace pressure than what he did last time, where he was really the only speed, just a longer distance. So those are some of the contenders for the last of the card. Exacta Try and Super Offered in the 8th. We scratched the 1 part of entry, Riley B, and the 8 New York Riesling.
One more race to go on the Wednesday card. The nightcap, 5.5 furlongs. 3-year-olds and up now winners of 2 races. $5,000 claimer. Scratch 1 Riley B, part of the entry. Also scratch 8 New York Rizzling. Jose Ventura is the new jockey. 1A Magic Pro waived the 7-pound apprentice allowance and the weight is 124. And here is Magic Pro with Jose. Two BC Glory Days, Michael Davila Jr. 3 going to be dancing, Heeman Harkey looking for 2 on the card, as is Carlos Barbosa, jockey aboard 4, Bumble Monster. 5 is Hangout, Rafael Rojina Jr. 6 Crunch BBB, the big favorite at even money, Emmanuel Di Diego looking to bookend the card and get 4 on the Wednesday program. Even money. And completing the post braid 7, Adios Dinero, Jackie Davis. That's the field for the Wednesday nightcap. Post time in a little more than 4 minutes. One more race to go on the Wednesday card. One more race in the work week. Simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Big day of racing Monday with the Aspirant and the Lady Finger. No shot for a pick 5 carryover. All of the horses are covered here in the Wednesday nightcap. Slim shot for the pick 6 to carry over. Need the bombs to come through, the 1A or the 5. Then we'd have a $3,700 plus pick 6 carryover into that big day of racing, 115 Monday. Crunch BBB is the big favorite. How about Emmanuel Di Diego, huh? Have you seen him ride any better, fans? I don't believe I have. I got here in 2008. This is the best I've seen the Barber ride since I've been here. What a season he's putting together. What a day he's having. Already 3 in the bank. Looking for a 4-bagger and bookend the Wednesday card. He's got the favorite. Crunch BBB. The question is, can Crunch BBB win from sitting a trip? Because this race has a little bit of pace in it, that is for sure. You know, BC Glory Days is going to go from the rail. Gonna Be Dancing wants to mix it up. Hangout, even though he's cutting back in distance, turning back in distance, when he was a sprinter, he was right there pushing the action. Adios Dinero was a front-running winner when he graduated back in July of 2022. The race is just begging for somebody to close from off the pace. Bumble Monster maybe sits a trip. Magic Pro, who I got a little liking for. Maybe he is the legitimate late runner. Crunch BBB with Di Diego aboard can oversee the affair from that outside post. I think he's the horse to beat, but he's a short price with a race filled with a ton of speed. How about Magic Pro? Am I stabbing here at nothing? Here's a horse who comes from far out of it. He does his best running from off the pace. I'm looking at the race against Vinny 2 Cents, and then the race followed up after that. He's had no pace to chase all season. The race is begging for something from off the pace. How about another angle? I see it often here at Finger Lakes. You'll get the short price favorite, which would be the 6 Crunch BBB, with one of the biggest prices on the board to complete the exacta. Maybe that's what we can get here with Magic Pro. That second of Vinny 2 Cents keeps catching my eye. He made up ground. They didn't go. That's the only race he got pace. Maybe he gets it today. Who knows? Maybe it's a stab also. Probably just that. 7, Adios Dinero. Didn't really know what to do with him. It's a big class drop for him. I guess if he's ever going to wake up, maybe it's in this spot. Broke his maiden against 25s at Gulfstream over a sealed muddy racetrack. 2023 hasn't gone too good for him, but he's been racing at Monmouth against much better. He's 8-1. Then the 4, Bumble Monster. Like for this horse to sit the trip he got 3 races ago. That's his probably best chance to succeed. Last time out, he was right there amongst that soft pace and built up a big lead, but couldn't fend off Moon Hunter. I'm kind of holding it against him. This horse I probably should have picked first, but he had that 47-2 battling, opens up at the 8th pole, and doesn't get there. I've got to hold it against him. But the race 3 back, if those are the tactics employed today, I think it's his best chance to succeed. We shall see. Crunch BBB, the big favorite in the nightcap. One more race to go in the work week. We'll do it all over again Monday. What a great day of racing we have in store for you on Monday with the Lady Finger and the Aspirant. You know, Bob Baffert's got a horse coming in for the Aspirant along with Todd Pletcher. Both the Ortiz brothers are scheduled to be here. Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche. Couple of nice stakes races. A very nice allowance race with a very, very talented up-and-comer from the Deborah Breed barn named Jack and Bernie. Carl O'Callahan's got Trelad coming back into town. That's a heck of a first state bred. Those two 2-year-old stakes races. Looking forward to Monday, fans. 1:15 first post. About a minute until the Wednesday nightcap. It's post time for the Wednesday nightcap. Crunch BBB is the favorite at 6-5. The 2 BC Glory Days second choice at 5-2. BC Glory Days, the first of 7 into the gate. Gonna be dancing, joining him. Here comes Bumble Monster, one of 2 for Carl Grusmark. Stablemate to Adios Dinero, invading from Monmouth Park. Up next will be Hangout. Turning back in distance this afternoon, the favorite Crunch BBB. Looks like we're going to load Magic Pro to the outside, one of the outside slots. He was scheduled to move forward before the favorite. Here's Crunch BBB, and Adios Dinero will be the last of 7. Ready for the Wednesday nightcap. And there they go. Hangout is quickly away. Bumble Monster shows pace. Here comes BC Glory Days and gonna be dancing, and Crunch BBB oversees the action from the outside. Adios Dinero is second last, and Magic Pro is the last of all. Pace on up front. Hangout, despite turning back in distance, part of the leader line. Also there, BC Glory Days going to be dancing, in Crunch BBB. 4 across the track heading into the turn. BC Glory Days now has the top spot. Bumble Monster's a distant 5th. He's a good 8 lengths off the lead. It's about 7 lengths to Magic Pro. And at the back there is Adios Dinero. BC Glory Days from the rail. Crunch BBB with the worst trip, 4 deep, but he makes his move to the outside. Gonna be dancing, fighting with Hangout. Bumble Monster tries to pick up the pieces along the rail. They're inside the final 3/16. And here comes Crunch BBB and Emmanuel Di Diego up to the front. BC Glory Days has a little fight. Crunch BBB and BC Glory Days. Crunch BBB. It's all about the barber. It's 4 on the Wednesday card for Di Diego. BC Glory Days was second, then Bubble Monster, Hangout, Gonna Be Dancing, Magic Pro, and Adios Dinero at the back of the pack. Who needs a haircut? The barber's ready. Emmanuel Di Diego, 4 on the Wednesday card. 1 minute 6 and 76/100ths the final time. Good effort from the 2 BC Glory Days. 2 and 6, part of that 4-horse battle. They stayed on sharply as the top 2 in the wagering. Photo for the balance. Hold all tickets. For Bumble, a Monster checks in 3rd, 4th place, 3 Gonna Be Dancing. Crunch BBB makes his way into the winner's circle. A 3-year-old to Bay Gelding by Always Dreaming out of the dam. Better Run Fast, owned by Jeffrey Engelhart and Photos Finish LLC, along with Peter Bowman. Jeffrey Engelhart is the winning trainer, and the Wednesday card belongs to one man. He is the barber, Emmanuel Di Diego. Winner was bred in New York by Arundel. The winner was bred in Kentucky by Brendan Draper and Labras Draper. Looked at the wrong breeding line there. My apologies. And the nightcap is in the books. 6-2-4-3 officially. 5-6 Di Diego late double $10. 6-2 exacta $13.20. 6-2-4 trifecta $8.50. 10-cent super 6-2-4-3 $3.77. Pretty chalky this afternoon. The late pick 3, 4, 5, 6 $8.75. Late pick 4 $15.87. Wednesday's pick 5, $45. All 6 in the pick 6, $213. 5 out of 6, $3.55. What a chalk fest on this Wednesday afternoon. Simulcast wagering Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Big day of racing Monday. Hey, fans, don't forget we'll have some free programs up on our website. Give us about an hour or so. FingerLakesGaming.com. Click on the racing tab. Scroll on down to free digital program. What a great day we have for you on Monday with the Aspirant, the Lady Finger, a solid 8 race card. Bob Baffert's got a horse coming to town. Todd Pletcher, both the Ortiz brothers, Manny Franco, Kendrick Carmouche. Sounds like a weekend on the Naira circuit, but it's this Monday right here at Finger Lakes Gaming and Racetrack, 115 First Post. Sure hope you had a great Wednesday when leaving the track. Please drive very carefully. This has been Racing from Finger Lakes. Good night, everyone.